Somewhere right now, in a bedroom with the curtains drawn, someone is lying still while their mind replays the same moment for the 100th time. Not a catastrophe. Not something anyone else would even remember. Just a choice they made, a word they said, a door they walked through or failed to walk through, and the quiet, stubborn weight of wishing they had done it differently. Tonight, if that someone is you, there is nothing wrong with being here. There is nothing broken about a heart that still aches over its own mistakes. It only means you care. It only means something inside you is still tender enough to feel the distance between who you were and who you wished you had been. If you feel ready, leave one thing you forgive tonight in the comments. Just one thing. No story needed. No explanation. Only you will know its full weight. And that is enough. I want to be honest about why I made this particular video. I have been collecting stories about self-forgiveness from Buddhist traditions for a long time, not because I had a content plan, but because I needed them myself. There were nights when I lay exactly where you are now, turning the same memory over and over, and the only thing that helped was discovering that monks and kings and wandering philosophers had done the same thing, centuries before me, and had found a way through. So these stories are not just research. They are something I went looking for in the dark, and I am sharing them tonight because I believe you might need them the way I did. Tonight you will hear voices from Korean Seon monasteries and Vietnamese palace halls, from Indian forests and Tibetan caves, from Chinese temples and Japanese meditation halls and the quiet forests of Thailand, 8 distinct Buddhist traditions spanning 25 centuries. These stories are contemplative in nature, not medical or therapeutic advice, but they have accompanied human beings through difficult nights for a very long time. So let your shoulders release whatever they are holding. Let the bed receive your full weight. If your breath wants to deepen, allow it. If your eyes want to close, let them. You do not need to stay awake for any of this. The stories will find their way in, the way rain finds its way through soil, without effort, without needing you to understand exactly how. And if sleep takes you before the first story ends, that is not failure. That is the forgiveness already beginning. Jeta's grove stood at the edge of the city of Savatthi, sheltered by a canopy of sal trees so old that their roots had broken through the monastery's stone walkways in places, lifting the smooth slabs at odd angles like pages in a half-open book. The grounds had been purchased decades earlier by a merchant named Anathapindika, who, according to the stories still told by monks who were young when the monastery was new, had covered the entire plot with gold coins to meet the landowner's impossible price. Whether that was literally true or simply the kind of story that communities tell about their origins, the result was the same, a place of extraordinary stillness, funded by extraordinary generosity, where the Buddha spent more rainy seasons than anywhere else during his 45 years of teaching. On this particular morning, the air carried the scent of overnight rain, wet laterite, crushed jasmine petals, and the green, slightly bitter fragrance of neem leaves that had been knocked loose by the storm and now lay scattered across the walkways like small, dark hands. Monks moved through the corridors in silence, their bare feet leaving brief, damp prints on the stone that evaporated almost as quickly as they appeared. Some carried their alms bowls, freshly cleaned, the iron still cool from the pre-dawn hours. Others swept the paths with brooms made of bundled palm fronds, the rhythmic sound of bristles against stone creating a pulse beneath the morning birdsong. The Buddha had called the full community together. This was not unusual. He gathered the monks regularly, sometimes to teach, sometimes to address a matter of community life, sometimes simply to sit together in shared silence. But today there was a particular quality to the gathering, an attentiveness in the way the senior monks arranged themselves and in the quiet efficiency with which the younger monks found their places. Hundreds of them filled the great hall, seated in rows on woven grass mats, their robes folded in the manner prescribed by the Vinaya, the color of turmeric mixed with clay, draped over the left shoulder, the right shoulder bare. Among them sat a monk named Buddhist. He was not a figure anyone would have singled out. He had been ordained for several years, long enough to know the rhythms of monastic life by heart, but not so long that he had accumulated the quiet authority that comes with decades of practice. He had a broad, open face, the kind that in village life would have belonged to a man others trusted instinctively, a man you might ask to witness an agreement or settle a dispute between neighbors. His hands were large and capable, the hands of someone who had worked with them before ordaining. Though he never spoke about his life before the robes, he sat with his back straight, his breathing steady, his gaze resting on the floor a few feet in front of him in the manner of a monk who has practiced this posture enough times that it no longer requires conscious effort. The Buddha spoke. His voice was unhurried, carrying the particular quality that those who heard him often struggled to describe afterward, not loud, not soft, but somehow arriving fully in the listener's chest before the mind had finished processing the words. He spoke about the body, about the relationship between what the body consumes and how the mind moves. He explained that he himself ate only one meal each day, taken before the sun reached its highest point, and that this simple discipline had brought him lightness, fewer physical afflictions, greater clarity of thought, and a quality he described as pleasant, abiding, a phrase that in the original Pali carries the sense of being comfortable inside one's own existence without needing anything to change. He was not commanding. He was sharing what he had found. And then he invited the monks gently, in the way one might offer a cup of water to someone who looks thirsty but has not asked to consider adopting this same practice. One meal before midday. The same food, the same bowl, the same mindful attention they already brought to eating. Just the discipline of containment. Just the quiet power of enough. Across the hall, heads inclined slightly, the rustle of agreement moved through the room like wind through tall grass, not dramatic, not forced. Just the natural response of a community that trusted its teacher and recognized the wisdom of simplicity. Most of the monks already ate modestly. For them, this was a small step, a tightening of a practice they had already loosely held. But something in Buddhist did not move with the room. He felt it first as a tightening across his shoulders, then as a heat rising along the sides of his neck. It was not anger exactly. It was not rebellion in any conscious, articulated sense. It was something older and more bewildering, a reflex, a contraction, the kind of involuntary resistance that a body produces when it perceives a door closing, even when the mind knows the door leads nowhere important. He did not understand it. He could not have explained it to himself in that moment, let alone to anyone else. But it was there, and it was strong, and before the careful, measured part of his mind could intervene, the words were already leaving his mouth. I would not venture to do this. Eating one meal a day, doubts and remorse would arise in me. I cannot accept this training. The hall went silent. Not the familiar, chosen silence of meditation, but the involuntary silence that falls when something has cracked a surface that everyone assumed was solid. No one turned to look at Badali directly. Monastic etiquette would not have permitted that. But the quality of attention in the room shifted entirely toward him. The way the surface of a pond shifts when a single stone drops into its center. The Buddha looked at Badali. Later, when Badali tried to describe this moment to his closest companions, he would say that being seen by the Buddha was like being seen by weather, not personal, not punitive, but completely encompassing. There was nowhere to hide, not because the Buddha was searching, but because the gaze itself was so clear that concealment simply became irrelevant. Then, Badali, the Buddha said, his voice carrying no trace of irritation, "Eat when you are invited and carry away what remains for later." Can you be supported that way? Even this gentle bending of the rule, this making of a smaller door through which Badali might pass, was too much. Whatever had risen in him had not finished speaking. Even then, he said, and his voice was thinner now, the force draining from it, the way color drains from the sky just after sunset. "I would not venture." The Buddha did not argue. He did not raise his voice. He did not single Badali out for further questioning. He simply continued the morning's teaching, and the other monks accepted the training, and the session ended, and the community moved on into the rhythms of the day, sweeping, walking, sitting, the quiet choreography of shared purpose. And Badali was left with himself. Feel this for a moment. If something in it reaches you, not the specific words, not the specific rule about meals, but the architecture of the feeling, that moment when something rose in you, stubbornness or fear or some nameless contraction, and you acted from that place before your better knowing could catch up. The email you sent before rereading it. The promise you broke not because you meant to, but because something in you was too tired or too proud to follow through. The silence you kept when someone needed you to speak. The words you released when someone needed you to be quiet. Badali's territory is familiar to every human being who has ever lain awake, wondering why they did the thing they did. If you drift off now, that is welcome. You do not need to hear how this unfolds to receive what it is offering. Let your body choose sleep whenever it wishes. What followed was not punishment. No one cast Badali out. No one denied him food or shelter or the company of his fellow monks. What followed was worse than punishment in its own slow, particular way. Because what followed was Badali's relationship with himself. For 3 full months, the entire duration of the rainy season retreat, when the monks lived together in close community, unable to travel, sharing the long humid days and the intimate proximity of a life without walls, Badali withdrew. He did not attend the communal teachings. He did not sit with the Buddha. He did not join the evening gatherings where monks shared their insights and asked their questions, and slowly, through the patient friction of community life, wore down the rough edges of their misunderstanding. He stayed at the margins. He walked the outer paths. He ate alone when he could, and when he could not avoid eating with others, he kept his gaze fixed on his bowl, his answers to their greetings brief and colorless, his body present but his presence absent, the particular kind of loneliness that only happens inside a crowd. The rains came, not the gentle, intermittent rains of temperate climates, but the full monsoon sheets of water falling so thick that from the monastery's covered walkways, the courtyard garden became a blur of silver and green. The stone paths flooded. The ponds overflowed into the walkways. The air was so heavy with moisture that robes never fully dried, and everything wood, cloth, skin carried a faint scent of mildew and earth. Frogs sang in enormous, dissonant choruses from the flooded ditches at dusk, and in the mornings, the mist sat so low between the sal trees that monks walking to the well appeared and disappeared like figures in a dream. Badali moved through all of this the way a man moves through a house he no longer feels he belongs in, carefully, quietly, staying close to the walls. He performed his duties. He swept. He carried water. He mended his robe when it tore, sitting cross-legged in a corner with a bone needle and thread made from plant fiber, his fingers working with the mechanical precision of someone whose mind is elsewhere. He did everything that was expected of a monk except the one thing that mattered. He did not come home to himself. The shame he carried was not one clean wound. It was layered. At the bottom was the original act, the refusal, spoken in front of everyone, to accept what everyone else had accepted. But on top of that lay the shame of knowing he had been seen in that refusal. And on top of that lay the shame of his 3 months of avoidance, which he knew with the particular cruelty of self-awareness that cannot quite reach self-forgiveness was making everything worse. He was a man digging a hole while standing in it, aware with each shovelful that the walls were getting higher and the daylight was getting further away, and unable to stop digging. There is a particular suffering that belongs to people who hold themselves to high standards. It is not the suffering of those who do not care they recover quickly, shrug, move on. It is the suffering of those who care deeply, who have constructed an identity around being good, being reliable, being the kind of person who does not fail. When that identity cracks, as all identities eventually must, the pain is not just about the mistake. The pain is about the loss of the self they believed themselves to be. Badali was not mourning a missed meal. He was mourning a version of himself that had never quite existed, and the gap between that imagined self and the real man who had stood up in a hall full of monks and said no was a gap he did not know how to cross. Let your jaw soften. Let the muscles around your eyes release whatever tension has gathered there. You do not need to hold anything while you listen. The story holds itself. Near the end of the rains, when the monsoon had begun to ease and the first dry afternoons appeared between the storms, a group of Badali's fellow monks were gathered in one of the sewing halls, stitching a new robe for the Buddha. This was a communal task that happened regularly, the cutting and piecing and hemming done together, the rhythm of needles passing through fabric, creating a shared quietness that was different from meditation but related to it. The robe was nearly complete. When it was finished, the Buddha would depart on a teaching tour, walking the dusty roads between cities as he had done for decades, carrying his bowl and his robe and nothing else. The monks saw Badali passing along the outer corridor. They called to him, not with formality, not with the weight of intervention, but with the simple directness of men who had lived alongside him for years and recognized his suffering without needing him to name it. Badali, they said, we are sewing the robe. When it is finished, the Blessed One is leaving. Come now, be careful with yourself. Do not let this become more difficult than it already is. Something in their voices broke through. Perhaps it was the absence of judgment. Perhaps it was the word come, which carries no accusation, only invitation. Perhaps it was simply that 3 months is a long time to carry a weight alone, and even the strongest arms eventually need to set their burden down. Badali went to the Buddha. He walked across the same courtyard he had been avoiding for 90 days. The stones were still wet from a morning shower. A single yellow leaf from the sal tree drifted down and landed on his shoulder, and he brushed it away without thinking, a small, unconscious act that was, in its own tiny way, a letting go. He entered the room where the Buddha sat. He placed his feet together, lowered himself to the ground, touched his forehead to the floor, not because the gesture was required, but because his body needed to express something his words had not yet found a way to carry. Then he sat up, and he spoke. Venerable Sir, a transgression overcame me. I was a fool. I was confused. I was blundering. When the training was being made known to the community, I declared in the presence of the entire assembly that I would not accept it. May the Blessed One forgive my transgression, seen for what it is, for the sake of restraint in the future. The Buddha did not offer immediate comfort. He did not say it does not matter or you are forgiven before the truth had been fully spoken. Instead, he did something far more generous. He helped Badali see clearly. Did it not occur to you, the Buddha said, that I was living right here in Savatthi, and that I would know you as a monk incomplete in the training? Did it not occur to you that the hundreds of monks who had gathered for the rains would know, that the nuns would know, that the lay disciples, the men and women who bring food each morning, who support this community with their labor and their trust would know, that even the followers of other traditions would hear that a disciple of the recluse Gautama had publicly refused the training? Each question landed not as punishment, but as a window being opened. The Buddha was not rubbing salt into the wound. He was showing Badali the full shape of what had happened, not the catastrophe Badali's shame had inflated it into, but also not the nothing his denial had tried to shrink it to. The actual event, the actual consequences, the actual human-sized truth of a man who had made a mistake in public and then spent 3 months hiding from it. And then the Buddha spoke the words that centuries of monks would repeat to one another in moments of failure and return. Since you see your transgression as a transgression and make amends in accordance with the Dhamma, we forgive you. For it is growth in the noble one's discipline when one sees one's transgression as such and makes amends by undertaking restraint for the future. Let that settle into you the way warmth settles into cold hands slowly, from the outside in. What the Buddha said was not, you are absolved. It was not, it does not matter. It was something far more precise and far more freeing. The seeing is the growth. The willingness to look at what happened honestly, without the additional punishment of self-hatred, is itself the turning point. The forgiveness does not come after the seeing. The forgiveness is the seeing. Perhaps tonight you are carrying something that has the same shape as Badali's 3 months. Not the same content. Your life is your own. Your mistakes are your own. And no story from 25 centuries ago can know the specific weight of what you hold. But perhaps the shape is familiar. The original misstep, and then the longer, heavier burden of avoiding it. The shame that feeds on itself. The identity that cracked. And the grief of realizing that the person you thought you were is not quite the person you are. What if the distance between those two people, the one you imagined and the one who actually showed up, is not a failure? What if it is simply the gap that every honest life contains? What if the monks who came to Badali at the sewing hall were right, that the only real danger is not the mistake itself, but the refusal to come back? The Buddha, after accepting Badali's confession, told him the story of a wild horse being trained. Not broken, not punished into submission. Trained. A good horse, the Buddha said, does not become good by never resisting the reins. A good horse becomes good by learning, through patience and steady guidance, to carry itself and its rider in the same direction. The resistance is not the problem. The resistance is part of the training. The only failure is the horse that runs so far from the trainer that it never finds its way back to the stable. And Badali had found his way back. He returned to the community, not as a hero, not as a cautionary tale, not as the monk who refused, though some probably remembered him that way for a while. He returned as something quieter and more useful, a man who had learned that he was not his worst moment, and that the door to belonging does not lock from the outside. There is a teaching hidden inside this story that is easy to miss. The Buddha did not say, "I forgive you despite what you did." He said, "We forgive you because you see it." The forgiveness was not separate from the seeing. It was not a reward given after sufficient suffering. It was woven into the act of honest recognition itself. And this means that forgiveness is not something you must earn from the outside. It is something that becomes available the moment you stop turning away from what is true. Let your breathing slow now. Let the story rest where it has landed in you in the chest, perhaps, or behind the eyes, or in that soft place at the base of the throat where emotion lives before it finds words. You do not need to do anything with what you have heard. You do not need to apply it. You do not need to remember it in the morning. The oldest teachings say that wisdom absorbed during rest works more deeply than wisdom analyzed during waking. Let it work. And as this ancient shame loosens its hold, as the understanding settles that seeing clearly is not punishment but medicine, we move gently now across centuries and continents to a forest in southern India, where a philosopher lay dying with a blade in his chest and discovered that forgiveness can flow even toward the hand that holds the knife. Let your shoulders release. Feel the weight of the blanket or the sheet. Notice the temperature of the air against the skin of your face. There is nowhere else you need to be. The next story will meet you wherever you are, fully awake, gently drifting, or already deep inside the quiet country of sleep. Southern India, in the 3rd century of the Common Era, was a landscape of red laterite earth and dense forest, of rivers that swelled to twice their width during the monsoon and shrank to narrow brown threads in the dry months, leaving behind banks of cracked clay where egrets stood motionless on one leg, waiting for the small silver fish that gathered in the remaining pools. The roads between cities were not roads in any modern sense, but packed dirt paths worn smooth by centuries of feet, merchants carrying bolts of dyed cotton balanced on their heads, pilgrims walking barefoot toward temple towns with bells tied to their ankles, monks with shaved heads and patched robes moving between monasteries the way birds move between trees, following some internal map that had more to do with the quality of silence in a place than its proximity to the last stop. The air in those forests smelled of sandalwood and damp bark, and in the evenings, when cooking fires were lit in the villages that dotted the clearings, the smoke mixed with the smell of curry leaves and mustard seeds crackling in hot oil, and the whole forest seemed to exhale a fragrance that was equal parts wildness and human habitation. Along one of these roads, in the forested hills southwest of what was then the capital of the Satavahana kingdom, a man named Aryadeva had built a small hermitage. Built is perhaps too strong a word. It was more that he had settled into a clearing where a previous monk had left behind the skeleton of a shelter, 4 posts and a thatched roof and a raised platform of packed earth for sleeping. And over time the forest had accepted him the way it accepts a fallen tree, growing around his presence without objecting to it. The hermitage sat in a grove of bamboo, and the bamboo made a sound in the wind that anyone who has spent time in the forests of southern India would recognize a deep, hollow, almost musical creaking, as if the stalks were having a conversation too low for human ears to fully understand. A small stream ran past the clearing, no wider than a man's arm span. Its water, the color of weak tea from the tannins, leached out of fallen leaves. Aryadeva had not always lived in such simplicity. He had been born on the island of Simhala, the tear-shaped land that lay off the southeastern tip of India, separated by a strait so narrow that on clear days you could stand on the Indian shore and see the coconut palms on the other side bending in a different wind. His family was not ordinary. Some accounts say he was born into royalty, a prince who turned his back on a throne. Others say his family was Brahmin, the priestly caste, wealthy and deeply learned, the kind of household where children grew up hearing philosophical arguments the way other children hear lullabies. What every account agrees on is that the young Aryadeva was brilliant in a way that made the people around him slightly uneasy, not because he was arrogant, but because his questions arrived at the foundations of things faster than most people were comfortable with. He could listen to an argument that had satisfied his teachers for decades and, in a single quiet question, reveal the crack in its center that everyone else had been stepping over without noticing. He left Simhala as a young man. He shaved his head, took monastic vows, and crossed the strait to the Indian mainland, carrying nothing but his robes, his bowl, and a mind that had already begun to see through the architecture of ordinary perception, the way a person who understands carpentry can look at a house and see the hidden joints and load-bearing walls that hold the visible structure in place. He traveled north and then south again, following rumors of a philosopher whose understanding of reality had, according to those who had encountered it, the quality of a clear sky after a storm, vast, unobstructed, and faintly terrifying in its openness. He found Nagarjuna on Black Bee Mountain. Nagarjuna was already old. His skin had the deep brown of decades spent in the Indian sun, and his eyes had the particular brightness that belongs to people who have looked at the nature of reality so long and so honestly that they are no longer surprised by anything, but are also no longer bored by anything, because once you see that everything is empty of independent existence, everything also becomes luminous with interconnection. And the simplest things, a cup of water, a beetle crossing a stone, the sound of rain beginning, become endlessly interesting. He was, by the time Aryadeva found him, the most important Buddhist philosopher since the Buddha himself. He had articulated the doctrine of emptiness, sunyata, with a precision that had permanently altered the landscape of Indian thought. Not emptiness as a void, not emptiness as despair, emptiness as the recognition that nothing exists in isolation. Every object, every person, every thought, every feeling arises in dependence on a web of conditions so vast and so interconnected that to pull any single thread is to feel the entire fabric shift. Aryadeva became Nagarjuna's closest student. Not because he was the most obedient, he was not. He argued with Nagarjuna the way a blacksmith argues with iron, not to destroy it, but to find its true shape. He pushed back on teachings that other students accepted without question. He asked the kind of questions that made the room uncomfortable, not because they were disrespectful, but because they were so respectful of the truth that they refused to let any comfortable half-truth stand unchallenged. Nagarjuna recognized in this young monk from Simhala something rare, a mind that could hold the vastness of emptiness without collapsing into nihilism, and a heart that could translate that understanding into language sharp enough to cut through confusion without cutting the confused person. They worked together for years. Aryadeva composed what would become his masterwork, the 400 verses, a text that dismantles, with the patience of a surgeon removing stitches, every assumption the ordinary mind makes about the solidity of the world. He wrote about the impermanence of the body with such specificity that readers squirmed. He wrote about the nature of pleasure with such precision that pleasure itself began to look different, not bad, not wrong, just less solid than it pretends to be, less reliable than the mind wants to believe. He wrote about the self with such devastating clarity that by the time a reader reached the final verses, the self they had brought to the reading had been quietly dismantled and replaced with something lighter, more spacious, and paradoxically more alive. Word of Aryadeva's abilities spread. He was invited to the great monastic university at Nalanda, a sprawling campus of temples, lecture halls, and libraries in what is now the state of Bihar, where thousands of monks and scholars from across Asia studied, debated, and occasionally drove each other to the edge of philosophical madness. He was invited because a particular non-Buddhist philosopher had been defeating Buddhist monks in public debate for 12 years. 12 years of losses. 12 years of Buddhist arguments being dismantled in front of audiences that included kings, ministers, and wealthy donors whose continued support of Buddhist monasteries depended, at least in part, on the intellectual credibility of the monks who lived in them. Aryadeva arrived at Nalanda and defeated every opponent in a single session. The accounts say it took less than an hour. He did not defeat them with tricks or rhetoric or the kind of verbal aggression that passes for intelligence in competitive settings. He defeated them by seeing clearly, by identifying the hidden assumption in each argument, and then, with a gentleness that made the dismantling feel almost generous, showing the audience that the assumption could not hold its own weight. One philosopher in particular took his defeat hard. The sources do not preserve his name, only his role as the teacher of a student whose grief would later reshape this story entirely. This philosopher had built his entire life around a particular understanding of reality, a system of thought that explained the world in terms of permanent essences, of fixed natures, of a self that endured unchanged through all the chaos of experience. Aryadeva had shown, in front of everyone who mattered to this man, that this system was built on a foundation that could not support it. The philosopher experienced this not as an intellectual correction, but as a kind of death, the death of the person he believed himself to be. He did not convert. He did not accept the loss with grace or with the philosophical equanimity that his own tradition theoretically valued. He withdrew into his bitterness, the way a wounded animal withdraws into dense brush, not to heal, but to suffer in private. And his bitterness settled into him slowly, the way moisture settles into a wooden beam, invisibly at first, until the structure itself begins to soften and weaken from within. The philosopher eventually died, but his student young, devoted, carrying his master's humiliation like an inheritance he had not asked for and could not set down, did not forget. If your eyes want to close here, let them. You do not need to witness what comes next with your waking mind. The story can reach you in the space between sleep and waking, where the mind is softest and most open. The student began tracking Aryadeva's movements. He learned that the great debater had retired from public life. He learned about the hermitage in the forest, the bamboo grove, the small stream. He learned that Aryadeva spent his days alone writing, meditating, walking the narrow paths between the trees with the unhurried gait of a man who has said everything he needs to say in public and is now listening for what can only be heard in deep quiet. The student traveled south. He walked the same red earth roads, passed through the same villages where the smoke of evening cooking fires rose straight up in the windless dusk. He entered the forest. He followed the sound of the stream. He found the clearing, the bamboo, the small hermitage with its thatched roof and packed earth platform. He found Aryadeva alone, and he attacked him. The sources are spare about the mechanics of the violence, and perhaps that is as it should be. The wound was mortal. Aryadeva knew this monks in that era often possessed basic medical training, and a man who has spent decades studying the impermanence of the body does not need a physician to tell him when that impermanence has arrived in its final form. He lay on the earth of his hermitage, among the fallen bamboo leaves and the red dust, and his blood mixed with the soil in a way that his philosophy had always insisted was inevitable, the body returning to the elements from which it was borrowed, the temporary pattern dissolving back into the larger pattern from which it was never truly separate. The student stood over him. Perhaps the weapon was still in his hand. Perhaps he had already dropped it. Perhaps his hands were trembling, because the distance between imagining violence and performing it is a distance that changes a person permanently. And the young man standing in that forest clearing was no longer the same young man who had entered it only moments before. The fantasy of revenge is a closed room, neat, contained, satisfying in its imagined completeness. The reality of revenge is a door blown open onto a landscape you did not expect, and the wind that comes through it carries smells you will never be able to forget. What Aryadeva did in those moments has been remembered for 1700 years. He looked at the student, not with anger, not with the performative forgiveness of a man who knows he is being watched by history. The hermitage was empty. There was no audience. There was no one to perform for, no one to impress, no reputation to burnish. There was only a dying man and the young man who had killed him, and the bamboo creaking above them in a wind that cared nothing for either of their philosophies. And Aryadeva began to teach. He spoke about suffering, not in the language of his famous treatises, not with the technical vocabulary he had used to dismantle the arguments of philosophers at Nalanda. He spoke in the language of a man who was leaving and who wanted, with whatever breath remained, to leave something useful behind. He spoke about the student's suffering, the grief of losing a teacher, the particular anguish of watching someone you love be diminished in public, the way that grief, when it has no outlet and no container, ferments into rage. He spoke about how the student's teacher had suffered not because Aryadeva had defeated him, but because he had welded his identity so completely to his ideas that when the ideas were shown to be incomplete, he experienced it as the annihilation of the self. And he spoke about how this same pattern, the confusion of what I believe with who I am, the fusion of identity with position, was the deepest source of suffering the human mind produces, and that it was this pattern, not any individual act, that the entire Buddhist path existed to address. He spoke about the emptiness of revenge. Not emptiness as a philosophical category, but emptiness as a lived experience, the hollow center of an act that promises resolution and delivers only a new and more complicated form of pain. He told the student that the act just committed would not bring back his teacher's dignity. It would not undo the public defeat. It would not restore the philosophical system that Aryadeva had dismantled. It would only add a new link to a chain of suffering that already stretched further back than either of them could see. And if the student walked away from this clearing, carrying the weight of what he had done without understanding why he had done it, the chain would extend forward into his future with the same blind momentum. The forest continued around them. A bird called from somewhere in the canopy, a three-note song, repeated twice. Then silence. The stream murmured past the clearing with the indifference of water, which has been flowing since before humans invented philosophy and will continue flowing long after the last argument is won or lost. The light through the bamboo shifted as a cloud passed, and for a moment the clearing darkened, and then the light returned. The student listened. Whatever structure of rage had carried him into the clearing was collapsing. Not all at once. Rage does not dissolve cleanly, it crumbles. And what it reveals underneath is usually not strength, but a vast, trembling vulnerability that the rage had been covering for a long time. The student had come to destroy the man who had destroyed his teacher. What he found instead was a man who, in the act of dying, was offering him the one thing no one else in his life had been able to offer: recognition without condemnation. Aryadeva saw the student's pain. He saw the chain of causes that had produced it, and he refused, with whatever life remained in him, to add condemnation to that chain. According to the earliest account preserved in a hagiography translated into Chinese by the Central Asian monk Kumarajiva in the 4th century, the student converted. He took Buddhist vows. He became a monk. Whether he spent the rest of his life in silent meditation or traveled the same roads his victim had once walked, the sources do not say. What they preserve is the turning point. In a clearing where a philosopher lay dying, two transformations occurred simultaneously. A man left his body, and a man left his rage. And the space between those two departures was filled, briefly and completely, with something that the Madhyamaka tradition would recognize as the direct experience of emptiness, the moment when the solid boundaries between self and other, between victim and perpetrator, between the one who forgives and the one who is forgiven, became transparent enough to see through. And now, as the weight of this story settles in you, let it settle where it wants to settle in the chest, perhaps where grief tends to gather, or in the hands, which know more about holding and releasing than the mind ever will. There is something in Aryadeva's final act that speaks directly to the question of self-forgiveness, though it may take a moment to see it. The student came to the clearing carrying a story about himself. I am the avenger. I am the loyal one. I am the one who rights the wrong. That story felt solid. It felt like identity. It felt like the most real thing about him. And Aryadeva, in his dying moments, did not attack the story. He did not say you are wrong or you are evil. He simply illuminated the causes that had produced it, the teacher's attachment, the public defeat, the grief, to the rage, and in doing so, he loosened the story's grip. He showed the student that the act was not a pure expression of who he was, but a convergence of conditions that had come together with the momentum of a river meeting a cliff. The student was not the waterfall. He was the water. And water, once it passes the cliff's edge, can flow in any direction. Perhaps tonight you are carrying a story about yourself that feels equally solid. I am the one who failed. I am the one who caused the damage. I am the one who should have known better. That story may feel so true, so fused with your sense of self, that questioning it feels like questioning reality itself. But what if the story is not you? What if it is a convergence of exhaustion, of patterns you inherited, of pressures that were pressing on you from directions you could not even see at the time? What if the worst thing you did is not a window into your essential nature, but a snapshot of a moment when too many conditions collided and the version of you that showed up was the one least equipped to handle them? Let that possibility rest in you without needing to decide whether it is true. Let it rest the way a bird rests on a branch lightly, without commitment, ready to stay or to fly, depending on what comes next. You do not need to forgive yourself tonight. You only need to consider the possibility that the self you are trying to forgive is smaller than you think that it was a moment, not a monument, and that the person lying here now, breathing, listening, softening into the pillow, is already larger than the worst thing they ever did. Forgiveness does not erase. Aryadeva's blood was real. The wound was real. The dying was real. Forgiveness does not travel backward in time and undo what happened. What forgiveness does is change the relationship between the person and the act. It creates a thin but crucial space between I did this and I am this. And in that space so narrow that you might miss it if you were not paying attention, but wide enough to hold an entire life, the future opens. Let your body settle deeper. Feel the surface beneath you receiving your weight without resistance. Let the breath do whatever it wants to do, slow, shallow, deep, irregular. The breath has its own wisdom, and it does not need your management. Nothing to solve, nothing to fix, nothing to figure out before morning. Just the sound of your own breathing, and the memory of a forest clearing where a man who was leaving the world chose, with his last words, not to condemn the person who was sending him out of it. And if that choice was possible in the most extreme circumstances a human being can face, then perhaps a similar tenderness is available for the much smaller, much quieter regrets that are keeping you awake tonight. And as that clearing fades, the red earth, the bamboo creaking, the stream continuing, its indifferent song, we carry with us something of its stillness as we travel now to the mountains of Tibet. To a physician, a husband, a father, a man whose hands had healed hundreds but could not save the 3 people who mattered most. A man who stood beside 2 small graves and a wife's empty bed and discovered that grief, when it has nowhere left to go, sometimes opens a door that no other force on earth could open. Let the transition happen without effort. Let the breath be the bridge. The next story will meet you wherever you are. The region of Dagpo in southeastern Tibet sits at an elevation where the air is thin enough to make a newcomer dizzy, but clear enough to see mountain ridges 50 miles away, as if they were drawn with a fine brush against the sky. The valleys are narrow and green in summer, fed by snowmelt streams that run so cold they numb the hand in seconds. And the hillsides are covered with juniper and wild rhododendron that blooms in late spring, in shades of pink and white, so vivid against the grey rock, that the first travelers to describe them in writing assumed the authors were exaggerating. The winters are brutal wind that cuts through yak wool clothing as if it were cotton, temperatures that freeze the moisture inside a man's nostrils with each inhale, nights so long and so dark that the stars seem closer than the nearest village. But the people of Dagpo had lived with these extremes for generations, and they had developed a particular kind of resilience that expressed itself not as hardness, but as practicality. They built their houses from stone and packed earth, with thick walls and small windows and flat roofs where barley could be dried in the brief autumn sun. They kept yaks for milk and butter and fuel. They married young, had children early, and understood, without anyone needing to explain it, that life in these mountains was a negotiation with forces that did not care whether you survived. Into this landscape, in the year 1079, A boy was born who would be given the name Sonam Rinchen, though the world would come to know him by another name entirely. His family was respected, not wealthy by the standards of lowland kingdoms, but comfortable by the standards of Dagpo, which meant they had enough barley to last the winter, enough yaks to trade for salt and tea, and enough standing in the community that their opinions carried weight in village disputes. The boy grew quickly, both in body and in mind. He had a quality that the people around him noticed early, a steadiness, to a patience, a way of watching the world that suggested he was absorbing more than he was letting on. His hands were unusually deft. He could tie knots that adults struggled with. He could feel the pulse in a person's wrist and describe what he felt with a precision that startled the village healer, who began teaching the boy the basics of medicine before he had reached his 10th year. By the time Sonam Rinchen was 20, he was known throughout the region as Dagpo Larje, the physician of Dagpo. The title was earned, not inherited. He had studied under every healer who would accept him, traveling between villages and monasteries to learn the systems of Tibetan medicine that had been refined over centuries, the reading of pulses, the examination of urine, the compounding of herbal remedies from plants gathered at specific altitudes during specific phases of the moon. He learned to set broken bones with splints carved from willow. He learned to treat fevers with preparations of camphor and sandalwood. He learned the particular art of listening to a patient's breathing and reading in its rhythm the story of what was happening inside the body, the way a skilled musician can hear a single instrument within an orchestra. He was, by every measure his community used, to our success. A man whose hands brought relief. A man whose presence at a sickbed made the family exhale with something close to hope. He married. The sources do not preserve his wife's name, an absence that says more about the conventions of 11th century Tibetan biography than about her importance in his life. What the sources do preserve is the quality of the marriage. It was happy. Not the dramatic happiness of songs and legends, but the quiet, daily happiness of two people who had chosen each other and who continued choosing each other through the ordinary accumulations of shared life meals prepared and eaten together, winters endured side by side, the small negotiations and concessions and unexpected kindnesses that constitute the real substance of a marriage long after the initial fire has settled into steady warmth. They had 2 children. The sources disagree on the details. Some say a son and a daughter. Others say 2 sons, but all agree that the children were young, still at the age where the world is experienced primarily through the body, through running and climbing and the sensation of cold water on bare feet, before the mind has learned to overlay experience with interpretation. The physician's life was full. His days began before dawn. When the first patients arrived at his door, farmers with injuries from working the rocky fields, mothers whose children had developed coughs that would not clear, elderly men and women whose joints ached with the particular ferocity that altitude and cold conspire to produce. He worked steadily through the morning, his hands moving with the confident gentleness of long practice, his voice calm and low as he explained to each patient what he had found and what he recommended. In the afternoons, he gathered herbs climbing the hillsides above the village to the places where specific plants grew, timing his harvests to the season and the weather with the precision of a man who understood that medicine is not merely chemistry but relationship, a conversation between the plant and the body and the healer who introduces them. In the evenings, he came home. His wife had prepared tea butter tea, the thick, salty, slightly smoky drink that is the lifeblood of Tibetan domestic life. churned in a tall wooden cylinder until the butter emulsified and the liquid became opaque and warming. The children climbed into his lap or pulled at his sleeves or demanded stories, and he told them whatever stories he knew, mixing the teaching tales he had learned from the monks with the folk tales that every family in Dagpo passed down, and sometimes inventing stories on the spot that featured his children as the heroes, which delighted them in the way that all children are delighted by the discovery that they are important enough to appear in a narrative. This was his life, and it was enough. And then the epidemic came. The sources call it a plague, though they do not specify which illness. Some modern scholars have suggested smallpox, which swept through the Tibetan plateau at irregular intervals, carried along trade routes from the lowlands. Others have suggested a severe form of dysentery or typhoid, diseases that thrived in the close quarters of winter habitation when families and their animals shared warmth in the same enclosed spaces. What the sources agree on is the speed and the devastation. Entire families were taken. Villages that had been noisy with children and livestock fell silent within weeks. The smoke from the cremation pyres was visible from the mountain passes, rising in thin grey columns against the vast blue sky. The physician worked without rest. He went from house to house, from bedside to bedside, compounding remedies, adjusting dosages, trying combinations of herbs he had never tried before because the standard treatments were failing and the bodies he was trying to help were failing faster than his knowledge could adapt. He slept in fragments, an hour here, an hour there, on whatever surface was available, a bench in a patient's kitchen, a blanket spread on the floor of the village meeting hall. Once on the bare ground outside a house where a family of 7 was dying and there was simply no room left inside. His children fell ill first. The source that comes closest to describing this moment, a biographical account compiled from oral traditions and later written down by lineage holders, does so with the restraint that Tibetan biography typically brings to suffering. The children grew sick. The physician treated them. The treatments that had helped some of his other patients did not help his own children. They died. Feel the weight of that, if you can bear it. Not as a concept, but as a sensation. A man whose entire identity was built around the ability to heal, whose hands had eased the suffering of hundreds, whose knowledge was the most valuable thing his community possessed, kneeling beside 2 small bodies that his hands could not save. The herbs that worked for strangers did not work for his own blood. The knowledge that had earned him the title of physician, that had given his life its shape and its meaning, was useless in the one place where it mattered most. If your eyes are closed, keep them closed. If sleep is near, let it come. You do not need to be awake for what this story is offering. It will find you. And then, his wife fell ill. She had been strong through the children's illness, the kind of strength that mothers and wives in crisis situations produce from a reserve so deep that it seems supernatural. Though it is simply the ordinary miracle of a person who has decided that falling apart is not an option because other people need her to remain standing. She had held the children. She had cooled their fevers with cloths soaked in cold stream water. She had murmured to them through the nights, while her husband mixed remedies with hands that were beginning to shake. And when the children died, she had washed their bodies and wrapped them in cloth and helped carry them to the place where the cremation would happen. And she had stood there in the smoke and the cold and done the thing that needed to be done. But the illness had already entered her. Perhaps she had known. Perhaps she had felt the first tremors of fever in her own body while she was still caring for the children and had simply chosen not to mention it. Because what would have been the point? Her husband was already doing everything he could. Adding her own illness to his burden would only have divided his attention at the moment when the children needed all of it. She lay down, and the physician sat beside her. And he knew with the certainty that his training gave him, and that he would have given anything in that moment to not possess that she was dying. What happened next is the detail that the biographical tradition preserves with the most care, because it is the detail that changes everything that follows. The physician's wife, lying on the bed they had shared, in the house they had built together, looked at her husband and spoke. She said, "I am not attached to our possessions. I am not attached to wealth or to reputation, but I am attached to you. You are only 24 years old, and you are handsome, and my attachment to you is so strong that it prevents me from dying peacefully. Promise me that you will not marry again. Promise me that you will become a monk. If you make this promise, I can let go." There is a silence inside this moment that no biography can adequately convey. A woman asking her husband to give up the possibility of future love so that she can die without the torment of imagining him in someone else's arms. A man being asked to choose, in the space of a few breaths, between the life he might have lived and the freedom of the person he loves most. The impossible arithmetic of love at the boundary of death, where the numbers never balance, and the only currency that matters is the willingness to sacrifice something real for someone who is already leaving. He promised. He promised with whatever words a man uses in that situation, words that are not recorded because they belong to the space between two people and no one else. Words that the wind in the valley carried away almost before they were finished. Words that were not grand or philosophical or spiritually elevated, but were simply true. The way a stone is true. The way cold water is true. The way the grip of a hand on another hand in the dark is true. And his wife died. Let your breathing be whatever it wants to be right now. If the breath catches, let it catch. If the exhale shudders, let it shudder. The body has its own relationship with grief, and that relationship does not require your permission or your management. It only requires that you do not interfere. The physician buried or cremated his family. The sources do not specify the method, and then he did what he had promised. He shaved his head. He gave away his medical instruments, his herbs, his house, everything that had constituted the structure of his previous life. He took ordination as a novice monk in the Kadampa tradition, receiving the monastic name Sonam Rinchen, and he began to practice. The grief did not end with ordination. Grief does not observe the boundaries that humans draw around their lives. It does not stop at the monastery gate, does not remove its shoes at the meditation hall door, does not lower its voice during the silent hours. The man who sat on a meditation cushion in a cold stone room in a mountain monastery was the same man who had knelt beside his children's bodies, the same man who had held his wife's hand as the life left it. The robes were different. The name was different. The grief was exactly the same, but something else was also happening. The grief, which in ordinary life might have hardened into permanent bitterness or collapsed into despair, was being held inside a container that was designed for exactly this kind of weight. The monastic schedule, the pre-dawn rising, the chanting, the sitting, the walking, the meals eaten in silence, the studying of texts that addressed the nature of suffering with a directness that secular life rarely permits, gave the grief a structure within which it could move without destroying its host. The physician was not avoiding his pain. He was bringing it, day after day, into a practice that was large enough to hold it. Years passed. Sonam Rinchen studied under multiple teachers. He became proficient in the Kadampa teachings, the systematic, step-by-step approach to the Buddhist path that the great Indian master Atisha had brought to Tibet a generation earlier. He sat for long retreats. He achieved states of meditative concentration so deep that he could sit for days without food or water, his body barely breathing, his mind resting in a clarity that his teachers recognized as genuine attainment. And then, one day, he overheard a conversation. Two monks were talking about a yogi who lived in the mountains, a man whose skin had turned green from eating nothing but nettles, a man who sang songs of realization that made even hardened monks weep. A man named Milarepa. Something in Sonam Rinpoche's chest moved when he heard this name. Not the intellectual recognition of a famous figure, though Milarepa was already well known, but something deeper, something that felt less like hearing a name and more like remembering a sound he had known before he had words for it. He felt, in that moment, a surge of devotion so powerful and so unexpected that it frightened him. He had been a monk for years. He had trained his mind to be steady and calm, and yet this single name, spoken casually by two monks who did not know he was listening, had cracked his composure the way a stone cracks ice, not by force, but by finding the exact point where the structure was already under pressure. He set out to find Milarepa. The journey was long and hard through mountain passes where the snow was waist-deep in places, across rivers swollen with spring melt, through regions where the only shelter was the overhang of a cliff or the hollow beneath a large boulder. When he finally arrived, exhausted and wind-burned, and carrying nothing but his robes and his bowl, Milarepa's first instruction was not a teaching, not a meditation technique, not a philosophical discourse. Milarepa handed him a cup of Chang Tibetan barley beer. Sonam Rinpoche hesitated. He was a monk. Monks do not drink alcohol. The Vinaya rules that he had taken vows to uphold were explicit on this point. Everything he had built since his wife's death, the discipline, the structure, the careful architecture of a monastic life stood between him and that cup. Milarepa looked at him and said, "Do not think so much. Just drink it." And in that instruction, playful, irreverent, cutting through years of accumulated spiritual seriousness, with the precision of a blade, lay the teaching that would transform Sonam Rinpoche into Gampopa, the physician monk whose synthesis of scholarly learning and direct yogic experience would become the foundation of the entire Kagyu lineage of Tibetan Buddhism. What Milarepa was showing him was this: the grief, the guilt, the self-punishment, the years of discipline undertaken partly out of genuine devotion and partly out of the unexamined belief that he owed the universe something for having survived when his family did not. All of it was real. All of it had value. And all of it was also, in its own way, another form of holding on. The physician who could not save his family had spent years building a new identity, the monk, the meditator, the disciplined practitioner, and that identity, like the physician identity before it, had become a kind of armor, solid, protective, and increasingly heavy. Drink the cup meant set the armor down. Not forever, not recklessly, but for this one moment. Trust that you are safe enough to be undefended. Gampopa drunk, and he was embraced by Milarepa as a son. Perhaps tonight there is an armor you have been wearing. Not physical armor, something quieter, something internal. A set of rules you imposed on yourself after the thing happened. A discipline that began as genuine healing and has slowly, without your noticing, become a different kind of prison. A standard you hold yourself to that was born from guilt rather than love. and that measures your worth not by who you are becoming, but by the distance between who you are and who you believe you should have been. What if the cup is being offered to you right now? Not alcohol, that is not the point of the story. The cup is whatever your rigid self-judgment has forbidden you from receiving. Rest, perhaps. Ease. The permission to stop earning your place in your own life. The permission to be a person who made a terrible mistake, or who failed at the thing that mattered most, or who could not save the people they loved and to still be worthy of warmth, of nourishment, of the ordinary human pleasure of a drink shared with someone who sees you clearly and does not look away. Do not think so much. Just drink it. Let those 6 words move through you without analysis. Let them bypass the part of your mind that is still constructing arguments for why you deserve to suffer. That part of your mind has been working very hard for a very long time, and it is tired, and it will not stop on its own. It needs you, the larger you, the you that is more than your worst moment, to gently take the cup from its hands and say, "Enough. You have carried this long enough. It is time to set it down." Feel the bed beneath you. Feel the warmth of the blanket or the sheet. Notice the sound of your own breathing, which has been faithful to you through every failure, every loss. Every night you lay awake, wondering if you were enough. The breath does not judge. The breath does not keep score. The breath has been with you since the first moment of your life and will be with you until the last. And in all the time between, it has never once asked you to earn it. Gampopa went on to become one of the most important figures in the history of Tibetan Buddhism. He founded the monastery at Dakhla Gampo. He synthesized the scholarly Kadampa tradition with the direct experiential teachings of Milarepa into a system that remains the foundation of the Kagyu lineage to this day. He taught thousands. He trained the first Karmapa. He wrote texts that monks still study 9 centuries later. But none of that would have happened if he had not, in one moment of surrender, been willing to set down the cup of self-punishment and pick up the cup of ordinary, imperfect, human life. Let yourself soften. Let the jaw release. Let the muscles around the eyes smooth. There is nothing more required of you tonight. The story has done its work. Whatever it planted is already growing in the dark, beneath the surface of your awareness, in the soil where grief and forgiveness are not as far apart as the waking mind believes. And as this mountain physician fades from view, his strong hands finally empty, his new robes carrying the faint smell of barley beer, his heart cracked open not by tragedy alone, but by the willingness to stop defending himself against the tenderness that tragedy makes possible. We travel now to a different set of mountains, to Korea, in the 19th century, to a young monk caught in a storm, turned away from a plague village, who stood in the rain and realized that he could die tonight without ever having touched the truth he had spent his whole life studying. Let the breath carry you. The night is long, and the stories are patient, and wherever you are right now is exactly where you are meant to be. Korea in the second half of the 19th century was a country pressed between empires. To the north, China's Qing dynasty exerted the gravitational pull of centuries of cultural influence. To the east, across the narrow strait, Japan was modernizing at a speed that made its neighbors uneasy in ways they could not yet fully articulate. And within Korea itself, the Joseon dynasty, which had ruled for nearly 500 years, was entering its final decades. Though no one standing inside that era could have known it. The cities were changing. Western ships appeared in the harbors with increasing frequency. New ideas arrived alongside new goods, and the old certainties that had organized Korean life for generations, Confucian hierarchy, agricultural rhythm, the assumption that tomorrow would look more or less like yesterday, were developing hairline cracks that would not become visible fractures for another generation. Buddhism in Korea, during this period, occupied a peculiar position. For centuries, the Joseon rulers had suppressed it in favor of Confucianism. Monks had been banned from entering the capital cities. Monasteries had been pushed into the mountains, away from centers of power and population, where they survived on the generosity of rural villagers and the stubbornness of practitioners who refused to let the tradition die even when the state actively wished it would. The great temples still stood Hyinsa with its 80,000 woodblocks of the Buddhist canon, Songgwangsa with its tradition of producing national masters, Sudeksa in the green hills of South Chungcheong, but they stood in a kind of cultural exile, respected by the common people but ignored or disdained by the educated elite. The monks who inhabited them were, in the eyes of the Confucian establishment, relics of a superstitious past that Korea was supposed to have outgrown. Into this diminished world, in 1849, a boy was born in the Chungcheong province who would be given the Dharma name, Gyeongheo, a name that can be translated loosely as mirror of emptiness. Though, like most Dharma names, it carried layers of meaning that no single translation could capture. The details of his early life are sparse in the way that the early lives of future masters often are. In Korean Buddhist biography, not because the details did not exist, but because the tradition that recorded them was more interested in the moments of awakening than in the ordinary accumulations of childhood. What the sources tell us is that he entered monastic life young, as a boy, in the manner common to that era, when families with too many mouths to feed or with a particular reverence for Buddhism would offer a son to a temple, the way one might offer the first portion of a harvest, not as a sacrifice, but as a dedication, a giving of the best to the highest purpose one knew. The boy was brilliant. This too is a recurring pattern in Korean Buddhist biography. But in Gyeonghaeo's case, the brilliance was specific and verifiable. He mastered the Buddhist scriptures with a speed and comprehensiveness that astonished his teachers. By the time he was in his 20s, he was lecturing, not practicing lecturing. He had become what the Korean tradition calls a Gyo scholar, a master of doctrinal study, a man who could pass the sutras and the commentaries and the sub-commentaries with the facility of a mathematician working through proofs. He could explain the 12 links of dependent origination. He could map the stages of the bodhisattva path. He could distinguish between the mind-only school and the middle way school with the kind of precision that earned invitations to teach at major monasteries. But there was a problem, and the problem was invisible to everyone except, perhaps, Gyeongheo himself. He knew about awakening the way a man who has read every book about swimming knows about swimming. The knowledge was vast, organized, internally consistent, and entirely dry. He had not touched the water. He had not felt the cold shock of submersion, the disorientation of losing contact with the ground, the strange buoyancy that only comes when you stop trying to stand and allow the water to hold you. He was, in the language his own tradition would later use to describe this period of his life, a man carrying a lamp through a dark house who had somehow managed to illuminate every room without ever noticing that the lamp was not lit. He did not know this yet. Or rather, he knew it in the way that people know things they are not yet ready to face as a background hum. A low-grade discomfort. A sense that the applause he received after his lectures was landing on someone who was not entirely present to receive it. He continued teaching. He continued studying. He continued moving through the monastic world with the authority that comprehensive doctrinal knowledge confers. And if there were moments when he lay on his sleeping mat in the dark and felt the gap between what he could explain and what he had actually experienced, he did not speak of them to anyone. And then he was caught in a storm. The biographical accounts place this event during a journey through the central Chungcheong region. Gyeongheo was traveling between monasteries. The sources do not specify why. Whether for a teaching engagement, or a visit to a fellow scholar, or simply the restlessness that sometimes drives a monk to move when staying still, has become unbearable in ways he cannot name. The storm came suddenly. As storms in the Korean mountains often do, one moment, the sky was the color of pale jade. The next, it was black. And the rain fell with a violence that turned the dirt paths to rivers of mud within minutes. The wind stripped leaves from the trees and drove the rain sideways, so that no angle of the body offered protection. The temperature dropped. Gyeongheo's robes, the grey hemp robes of a Korean monk, were soaked through in moments, and the cold that followed the soaking was the kind of cold that settles into the bones and stays there. A cold that makes the body's warmth feel like a temporary loan that is being cooled in. He stumbled toward the nearest village. In rural Korea, hospitality to travelers, and especially to monks, was a deeply ingrained custom. A monk arriving at a village door could expect to be fed, sheltered, and treated with a respect that reflected not the individual monk's virtue, but the community's relationship with Buddhism itself. Gyeongheo had relied on this hospitality countless times. It was as dependable as the sunrise. But when he reached the village, no one opened their doors. He knocked. He called out. He stood in the driving rain and the growing dark, and the doors stayed shut. Not out of malice, he could sense that much. The silence behind those doors was not the silence of indifference. It was the silence of terror. A voice finally reached him from behind a closed shutter. "Do not come closer. Go away. This village is dying. The plague is here. People are falling dead before their families can even lay them down. If you enter, you will die with us." Gyeongheo stood in the rain. The water ran down his shaved head and into his eyes and along the folds of his robes, and the cold was no longer an inconvenience, but a presence, a companion, a reminder that the body he inhabited was subject to forces that his doctrinal knowledge had catalogued in exquisite detail, but that he had never, until this moment, felt pressing against his own skin with genuine intent. He was close to death. Not metaphorically, not as a philosophical concept to be analyzed in the warm safety of a lecture hall. Death was in the air he was breathing. Death was behind the doors that would not open. Death was in the rain and the wind and the absence of shelter and the knowledge that if his body's temperature continued to drop, the organism that housed his vast scholarly understanding would simply stop functioning. And all those memorized sutras and all those carefully constructed arguments about the nature of impermanence would become, in the most literal sense possible, impermanent. Something broke in him. Not his body was already breaking, shivering uncontrollably. His teeth chattering so hard he could feel the vibration in his skull. What broke was the structure that had held his life together for decades. The architecture of doctrinal scholarship, the identity of the learned monk, The comfortable assumption that understanding impermanence intellectually was the same as understanding it. All of it cracked open in the rain outside a plague village in the Korean mountains. And through the crack poured a terror and a clarity that were, in that moment, indistinguishable from each other. He had spent his entire adult life studying the Dharma. He could explain the Four Noble Truths to any audience in the country. He could diagram the Eightfold Path. He could quote the Diamond Sutra from memory, including the passage that states that all conditioned things are like dreams, like illusions, like drops of dew, like flashes of lightning. He knew all of this, and standing in the rain, close to death, he realized with a force that nearly knocked him to the ground that he knew none of it. Not in the way that mattered, not in the way that could help him now, in the dark, in the cold, with the smell of death seeping through the cracks of closed doors. If your body wants to shift position, let it shift. If a deeper breath wants to come, let it come. You are safe in your bed. The rain in this story is not your rain, but perhaps the recognition is, that night, whether he found shelter eventually in an abandoned building at the village edge, or whether he sat through the storm in the open. The sources disagree. Gyeongheo made a vow. He would abandon doctrinal study, not because doctrine was worthless, but because he had been using it the way a person uses a map as a substitute for the territory. He had been studying the menu instead of eating the meal. He had been describing the water instead of swimming in it. And the water, tonight, had risen to his chin, and he could no longer pretend that description was the same as immersion. He turned to the practice of hwadu, the Korean term for what the Chinese Chan tradition calls huatu, the practice of holding a single phrase or question in the mind with such concentrated intensity that the ordinary thinking mind, unable to solve the question through its usual strategies of analysis and categorization, eventually exhausts itself and falls open into a different kind of knowing. The hwadu Gyeongheo chose was a question that had been used in Korean Seon for centuries. Who is binding this fellow? Or, in some translations, what is this? Not a question to be answered intellectually. A question to be lived inside. A question whose purpose is not to produce an answer, but to dissolve the questioner. He practiced with a ferocity that the biographical accounts describe, with a mixture of admiration and alarm. He sat for hours without moving. He walked without seeing the path, so absorbed in the hwadu that monks who passed him on the mountain trails had to step aside to avoid being walked into. He ate only when food was placed directly in front of him, and sometimes not even then. He was not performing asceticism. He was not punishing himself. He was burning the way a fire burns when it has found fuel that has been drying for decades and ignites with a heat that surprises even the one who struck the match. And then, after a period of intensive practice that the sources describe variously as lasting several months to several years, Gyeongheo broke through. The accounts of his awakening experience vary in their details, as accounts of such experiences always do, because the experience itself lies outside the territory that language was designed to map. What the tradition records is that he attained a direct realization of the nature of mind, not an intellectual understanding, not a feeling of peace, not a vision or a mystical state, but the actual, unmediated recognition of what had been present all along beneath the accumulated layers of scholarship and identity, and the habitual assumption that reality was something to be understood rather than something that was already 12. Always doing the understanding. He spent the remaining decades of his life wandering Korea, teaching anyone who would listen. establishing meditation halls at monasteries that had not had active meditation programs in generations. He was not gentle in the way that popular imagination expects spiritual teachers to be gentle. He was direct. He was confrontational. He had the particular impatience of a man who had nearly died before waking up and who could not bear to watch others sleepwalk through the same years he had wasted. He revitalized Korean Seon Buddhism almost single-handedly, training a generation of students, most notably Manggong and Hanam, who would carry the tradition through the Japanese occupation and into the modern era. He is remembered today as the restorer of Korean Seon, the man who brought the meditation tradition back from the edge of extinction. But what matters for tonight is not what he became. What matters is the moment in the rain, because that moment contains a teaching about self-forgiveness that is easy to miss if you are looking for it in the wrong place. Kyung-hae's breakthrough did not come from finally getting something right. It came from the devastating recognition that he had been getting something wrong, not morally wrong, not ethically wrong, but structurally wrong. He had been using his intelligence, his discipline, his genuine devotion to the Dharma as a shield against the very thing the Dharma was pointing toward. His scholarship was not a bridge to awakening. It had become a fortress against it. And the fortress was so well constructed, so internally coherent, so admired by everyone around him, that he might have lived his entire life inside it without ever realizing that the door opened from the inside and that the key was not more knowledge but less armor, less certainty, less of the self that needed to be right in order to feel safe. This is a pattern that self-forgiveness must eventually address, and it is subtler than the obvious patterns of guilt and shame. It is the pattern of compensating, the pattern of building a new self on top of the rubble of the old one, and then defending that new self with such vigilance that the defense itself becomes the prison. The physician who fails becomes the monk who never fails. The student who was careless becomes the professional who is never careless. The person who hurt someone becomes the person who would never hurt anyone, who monitors every word and every gesture and every possible impact with an exhausting hypervigilance that looks, from the outside, like virtue, but that feels, from the inside, like a life sentence. Perhaps you recognize this. Perhaps there is a version of you that you constructed after the thing happened, the careful version, the controlled version, the version that would never make that mistake again. And perhaps that version has served you well. Perhaps it has kept you safe, kept others safe, earned you trust and respect, and the quiet satisfaction of knowing that you are not the person you used to be. But perhaps, and this is the part that is hard to look at, perhaps that version is also a kind of cage. Perhaps the relentless vigilance is its own form of self-punishment. Perhaps the person who can never relax, who can never be imperfect, who can never set down the effort of being better, is carrying a weight that is different from guilt, but no lighter. What if the storm comes? What if life strips away the armor, not through your choice, but through its own indifferent force? What if the identity you built falls the way Kyung-hae's scholarly identity fell? Not because it was wrong, but because it was not enough? What will be left? Kyung-hae discovered that what was left, when everything constructed fell away, was not nothing. It was not the emptiness of despair. It was the emptiness of a sky vast, clear, and capable of holding anything. The mind he found beneath his scholarship was not inferior to the scholarship. It was the ground the scholarship had been standing on all along, without ever looking down. You do not need to stay awake to receive this. If sleep is pulling you, go with it. The understanding does not require your wakefulness. It can work in the dark, the way roots work in soil, unseen and unhurried, and perfectly capable of doing what needs to be done without supervision. Forgiveness, in this light, is not only forgiving what you did, it is also forgiving what you became in response to what you did. It is forgiving the fortress. It is forgiving the vigilance. It is forgiving the exhausting project of self-improvement that was never really about improvement at all, but about proving, over and over, to an audience that may no longer exist, that you are not the person who made that mistake. You are not, but not because of the fortress. You are not that person because time has moved, and you have moved with it. And the self that made the mistake is already gone, dissolved into the same river of impermanence that carries everything, the good and the bad, the proud and the ashamed, downstream and out of sight. Let that settle. Let it settle below thought, below interpretation, below the part of your mind that wants to turn every story into a lesson and every lesson into a task. You are not being asked to dismantle your life tonight. You are not being asked to abandon the version of yourself that has kept you functioning. You are only being invited to notice, gently, in the privacy of your own bed, whether there is a part of you that is tired of the effort, tired of the vigilance, tired of being the corrected version of a person who needed correcting. And if that tiredness is there, to let it be there without judgment, the way rain is there without judgment, falling on the just and the unjust, and the rooftops of plague villages, and the shaved heads of monks who have not yet found what they are looking for. Rest is not the absence of effort. Rest is what becomes possible when the effort to be someone other than who you are is finally, gently, set down. Feel the pillow beneath your head. Feel the particular way your body has arranged itself in the bed, the angle of the knees, the position of the hands, the weight of the head on the pillow. This arrangement was not planned. Your body found it on its own. The way water finds its level, the way a stone finds its resting place on a riverbed. Trust that intelligence. It is older than scholarship. It is older than guilt. It is the intelligence that keeps your heart beating while you sleep, that heals your cuts without being asked, that knows how to breathe even when you forget to pay attention. And as this Korean mountain fades from view, the rain easing, the clouds thinning, the first stars appearing above a village where death and awakening arrived on the same night, we travel now across the sea to a different country, a different century, a different kind of rain, to Vietnam, in the 13th century, where a young king sat on a throne he never wanted, carrying the guilt of a war he had won and a marriage that was not his to give, and dreaming, night after night, of the mountains where the monks lived in silence. Let the transition carry you. Let the breath be the only bridge you need. There is no test at the end of this. There is only the night, and the stories, and the slow, merciful softening of everything that has been held too tightly for too long. Vietnam in the early 13th century was a country that understood pressure the way a riverbank understands the river, not as an abstraction, but as a constant, shaping, sometimes overwhelming force. To the north, China's Song dynasty exerted a cultural gravity that had been pulling at Vietnamese identity for over 1,000 years. Its language, its administrative systems, its literary traditions, its assumption that civilization radiated outward from the Middle Kingdom and that everything south of the border existed in varying degrees of imitation. To the south, the kingdom of Champa occupied the coastal lowlands with its own language, its own Hindu and Buddhist temples carved from red sandstone, its own territorial ambitions that periodically erupted into border wars that left villages burned and fields salted. And within Vietnam itself, the Lai dynasty, which had ruled for over 2 centuries, was entering its final decades, the way a great tree enters its last season, still standing, still livid, but the heartwood softening from within, the roots losing their grip on the soil that had held them for so long. The Tran family rose to power in this atmosphere of quiet collapse. They were not warriors in the classical sense, not warlords who had conquered the throne through cavalry charges and siege warfare. They were fishermen and landowners from the coastal lowlands of Nam Dinh, where the Red River spreads into its great delta before meeting the Tonkin Gulf, a landscape of flooded paddies and fish ponds and narrow canals, where sampans moved so slowly they seemed to be standing still. The family had accumulated influence gradually, through strategic marriages and careful alliances, the way a spider builds a web strand by strand, connection by connection, until the structure is strong enough to hold whatever falls into it. When the last Ly emperor proved unable to govern, weakened by court intrigue, surrounded by advisors whose loyalty had already shifted, the Tran family orchestrated a transfer of power that was less a revolution than a quiet absorption. They arranged a marriage between their young patriarch, Tran Khan, and the child empress of the dying Li dynasty. And through that marriage, the old dynasty dissolved into the new one, like salt dissolving into warm water completely, irreversibly, and with remarkably little visible disturbance on the surface. Tran Khan became Emperor Tran Tai Tong. He was a boy. The sources place his age at around 7 or 8 when the crown, a heavy, ornate structure of gold and jade and carved dragons, was placed on a head that was still shaped by childhood, still soft at the temples where a mother's hand might rest. An age when other children in the villages along the Red River were learning to stand knee-deep in flooded paddies and press rice seedlings into the warm mud with their small fingers, learning the rhythm that the crop demanded, not too deep, not too shallow, evenly spaced, each seedling placed with a care that was both practical and sacred, because rice was not merely food in Vietnam, but the substance that connected the living to the dead, the human to the divine, the present harvest to every harvest that had come before. Instead of mud and water and the open sky, Tran Khan received a palace. The palace at Thang Long, the capital that would later be called Hanoi, was a sprawling compound of wooden halls and stone courtyards, of covered walkways and ornamental ponds where lotus flowers opened at dawn with a faint sound that the court poets compared to silk being unfolded. The roofs were curved in the manner that Vietnamese architecture had inherited from Chinese models, but altered over centuries into something distinctly its own. The eaves lifted higher, the curves gentler, as if the buildings were trying to take flight. Incense burned in every hall, a perpetual haze of sandalwood and agar wood that settled into the wooden beams and the silk hangings and the clothing of everyone who passed through, so that the smell of the palace followed you even after you left, clinging to your hair and your skin like a memory you could not wash away. Instead of the companionship of other children, the boy emperor received ministers, advisors, generals, eunuchs, concubines, and the suffocating formality of a court that saw him not as a child, but as a symbol, the living emblem of a dynasty's legitimacy. a vessel into which the hopes and anxieties and territorial ambitions of an entire nation were poured without anyone pausing to ask whether the vessel was large enough to hold them, or whether it might crack under the weight. He grew up inside the palace the way a tree grows inside a courtyard shaped by the walls around it, reaching toward whatever light the architecture permits. Its natural form permanently altered by constraints it did not choose and cannot remove. He was educated in the Confucian classics, as all Vietnamese rulers were the Analects, the Mencius, the Spring and Autumn Annals. He learned to read and write Chinese characters with a brush made of weasel hair, dipping it into ink ground fresh each morning on a stone that had been polished smooth by generations of scholars before him. He learned to compose poetry in the regulated verse forms that the court valued, counting syllables and matching tones with the precision of a jeweler setting stones. He learned to sit through audiences that lasted hours without shifting his posture or allowing his expression to betray boredom or confusion or the desperate wish, rising in him like water behind a dam, to be somewhere, anywhere else. But alongside the Confucian education, something else was growing. Vietnam in this period was deeply pervasively Buddhist. The previous Lai dynasty had been among the most devout Buddhist ruling families in Southeast Asian history, building pagodas in every province, sponsoring translations of sutras from Chinese and Sanskrit, inviting monks to serve as royal advisors whose influence rivaled that of the Confucian ministers. Buddhism was not a marginal tradition in 13th century Vietnam. It was the atmosphere the culture breathed. And the young emperor, surrounded from childhood by monks who served as his tutors and counselors and who moved through the palace corridors with a quiet authority that even the military commanders respected, began to develop a relationship with Buddhist teaching that went deeper than protocol or political convenience. He read the sutras, not as a ruler reading state documents scanning for relevance, extracting actionable information, filing the rest, but as a young man reading letters addressed to the part of him that the court could not reach. The Heart Sutra, with its insistence that form is emptiness and emptiness is form, spoke to something in him that recognized the palace itself as a kind of emptiness, vast, ornate, filled with objects and people and noise, and yet somehow hollow at its center. The way a drum is hollow, the way a bell is hollow, designed to resonate but not to contain. He sat in meditation not as a performance of royal piety, though the court interpreted it that way, but as a practice that offered him, for the first time in his constrained life, a space where he was not the emperor, not the symbol, not the vessel, just a mind meeting itself in silence, just a boy sitting still while the incense burned down to ash. He was 16 when he tried to escape. The details of the attempt are preserved in a steely inscription carved decades later, stone holding the memory of a night that changed a life. On the 3rd day of the 4th month, in the 5th year of the Thien Ung Chin Bin reign period, the young emperor dressed himself in the rough cotton clothing of a commoner. He moved through the palace corridors in the hours after midnight, past the sleeping guards, past the rooms where the concubines lay in their silk beds, past the hall where the ancestral tablets stood in rows and the incense of the evening offering still hung in the air like the ghost of a prayer. He told the gate guards that he wished to walk among the people, to learn about their hardships. And then he walked out of the only life he had ever known and headed for the mountains. He was going to Yen Tu. Yen Tu rises from the coastal lowlands of northeastern Vietnam in a series of forested ridges that seem, from a distance, to be climbing toward something not a summit exactly, but an idea of height, an aspiration carved into stone and covered with trees, The lower slopes are dense with tropical forest bamboo and mahogany, and the ancient banyans, whose aerial roots hang from the canopy like the ropes of a suspension bridge built by something older than human engineering. Higher up, the forest thins, and pine trees appear, their needles dusted with moisture from the clouds that settle around the upper ridges like scarves around the throat of an old monk. At the summit, a pagoda had been built by practitioners of an earlier generation, and around it had grown a small community of monks who lived in the manner that Buddhist monks had lived for centuries, rising before the first bird call, sitting in meditation while the mist pooled in the valleys below, walking the mountain paths in bare feet that had grown tough enough to feel every pebble without being harmed by any of them. The young emperor climbed. He climbed through the forest, past streams that crossed the path in thin silver lines, past rocks that were covered with moss, so thick and so green that they looked like sleeping animals, past the point where the hardwoods gave way to pine and the air thinned and cooled, and the sounds of the lowlands, the water buffalo lowing, the village dogs, the rhythmic thud of someone pounding rice in a wooden mortar faded into silence. His commoner's clothes were soaked with sweat by the time he reached the pagoda. His feet, unaccustomed to rough ground, were blistered. His breathing was ragged. But his face, for the first time in years, was unguarded, not performing composure, not managing the distance between feeling and expression, but simply open. The way a face is open when the person behind it has stopped defending themselves against what they feel. He found the abbot. He knelt, and he asked to be ordained as a monk. Feel the weight of that request. A boy of 16, wearing borrowed clothes, kneeling on a stone floor in a mountain pagoda, asking to trade a throne for a meditation cushion, a palace for a cell, an empire for a bowl. Not as a dramatic gesture, there was no audience to impress, no court to shock, but as the most honest thing he had ever done. The truest sentence he had ever spoken. The first moment in his life when the words leaving his mouth matched the feeling in his chest without the usual gap of translation that living in a palace requires. The court discovered he was gone by morning. Ministers were dispatched. Soldiers followed. His uncle Tran Thu Do, the regent who held the real power, whose political intelligence had engineered the dynasty's rise, and whose will was the iron frame inside the velvet glove of Tran governance, followed personally, climbing the same mountain his nephew had climbed, breathing the same pine-scented air, passing the same streams and the same mossy stones, but seeing none of it, because his mind was fixed on a single purpose, retrieval. He found the emperor at the pagoda, and he said what needed to be said, not with anger, not with threats, but with the particular devastation of a truth that is simultaneously valid and crushing. The nation needs you. The people depend on the stability of the throne. If you abandon them, the dynasty falls. And if the dynasty falls, the Mongols will come, or the Song will come, or the Cham will come, and the suffering of millions will be the consequence of your private liberation. You can practice Buddhism. You can be a Buddhist king, but you cannot leave. The walk down the mountain must have been the longest walk of the young emperor's life. Each step took him further from the pagoda and closer to the walls. The forest thinned as he descended. The pines gave way to hardwoods. The hardwoods to cultivated land, terraced paddies reflecting the sky like shattered mirrors. Water buffalo standing motionless in the shallows. Farmers straightening from their work to watch the procession pass with the particular silence that rural people maintain in the presence of power. The air grew warmer and heavier with each 100 feet of descent. The smells changed from the clean resin of pine and the mineral coolness of mountain streams to the richer, more layered fragrance of lowland life, cooking fires, animal dung, the sweet fermented smell of rice soaking for planting, the incense burning at the small roadside shrines where offerings of fruit and flowers wilted in the heat. By the time the palace walls came into view, massive, stone-faced, rising above the trees like a sentence that cannot be unsaid, the mountain behind him had receded into a blue silhouette against the evening sky, as distant and as unreachable as a memory of someone you loved who has moved to a country you cannot visit. He passed through the gates. The guards bowed. The ministers were waiting. The rituals of governance resumed as if nothing had happened, as if a boy had not climbed a mountain and begged to be set free, as if the request itself could be folded into the smooth fabric of dynastic continuity and made to disappear. But it did not disappear. It lived inside him the way a seed lives inside, stone invisible, patient, waiting for conditions that might not arrive for years, or decades, or ever. If your eyes are closed, keep them closed. If sleep is near, let it come nearer. You do not need to follow this story to its end to receive what it is carrying toward you. Tran Tai Tong ruled for 33 years. He fought wars, most significantly the defense of Vietnam against the first Mongol invasion, commanding an army vastly outnumbered against the cavalry of Kublai Khan. He administered the kingdom. He performed the rituals. He sat on the throne and did what the throne required. But he also carried a guilt that no military victory could resolve. The court had arranged his marriage by taking a woman who was already his older brother's wife, a political maneuver designed to secure the succession, executed with the cold efficiency that dynasties require and that individuals suffer. The young emperor had been powerless to refuse. He had been a child. The decision was made above him, around him, without his consent. And yet, the guilt of it settled into him as if it were his own. Because that is what guilt does. It does not respect the boundaries between what was chosen and what was imposed, between what was done by you and what was done through you. He carried the guilt of that marriage. He carried the guilt of soldiers who died in his wars. He carried the guilt of compromises made to keep the peace, of alliances formed with people he did not trust, of decisions that kept the dynasty stable but left stains on his conscience that no amount of ritual purification could reach. And beneath all of those specific guilts lay the deeper, more diffuse guilt of the escape that failed the knowledge that the life he was living was not the life his deepest self had chosen, and the fear that by staying, by submitting, by allowing duty to override desire, he had betrayed something sacred. And yet, from inside all of that imperfection, Tran Tai Tong wrote. He composed a text called Koa Hu Luk, Instructions on Emptiness, which is recognized as one of the earliest and most important works of Vietnamese Buddhist philosophy. The text does not read like the serene pronouncements of a monk who has renounced the world. It reads like the hard-won understanding of a man who wanted to renounce the world and was told he could not, who spent decades finding a way to practice liberation inside the very conditions that seemed to make liberation impossible. There is a passage that survives translation across 8 centuries with its honesty intact. When the kingdom was handed to me, then only a child, I was never free from care. I told myself that to retire to the mountains, to seek the teachings of the Buddha, to understand the nature of life and death, this would be the best path. But I was brought back, and so I had to find another way, not the way he wanted. not the clean, simple way of the monks on Yen Tu with their bare feet and their morning mist and their days shaped by nothing more complicated than bells and breath and the turning of seasons. Another way, messier, more compromised, woven through with politics and violence and the daily friction of human governance. A way that included guilt, that included failure, that included the persistent ache of a life unlived, and yet a way that was, in its own imperfect fashion, genuine. A way that produced genuine wisdom. A way that proved, simply by existing, that the path is wide enough to include everything, even the parts you would not have chosen, even the compromises that make you flinch when you remember them in the dark. Perhaps tonight you are carrying a version of Tran Tai Tong's burden. Not a throne, not a dynasty, but a life that does not quite match the life you imagined for yourself. A role you inhabit because others need you to inhabit it. A set of responsibilities that calcified around you so gradually that by the time you noticed you were encased, the structure was too solid to break without breaking other people too. And the guilt you carry is not about a single terrible act, but about the slow, daily betrayal of staying, of performing the version of yourself that the world requires, while the version you might have been grows fainter. Like a voice calling from a mountain you visited once and never returned to. What if that guilt is not a verdict? What if it is not proof that you have failed, but evidence that something in you is still alive? Still reaching, still refusing to mistake the palace for the whole world? What if the ache of the unlived life is not punishment but loyalty? The part of you that climbed the mountain at 16, still standing at the pagoda door, still holding the space open. Not because you failed to stay, but because something in you has never stopped reaching in that direction. Tran Tai Tong found his another way. He found it not by escaping his guilt, but by writing from inside it, practicing from inside it, letting it become not a barrier to the path, but part of the path itself. The instructions on emptiness were not written despite the guilt. They were written through it. The guilt was the ink. The compromised, imperfect, duty-bound life was the page. And what appeared on that page was something that a monk on a clean mountaintop, unburdened by the weight of a kingdom, might never have been able to write, because the monk had never been forced to find liberation in a place where liberation seemed impossible. Let your body receive that without effort. Let the breath move at whatever pace it chooses. You are not being asked to resolve anything tonight. You are not being asked to escape your life, or to make peace with it, or to find your own instructions on emptiness. You are only being invited to notice gently, privately, in the space between one breath and the next, that the life you are living, with all its imperfections and all its accumulated guilt, is not disqualified from wisdom. It is not too messy for grace. It is not too compromised for peace. The mountain and the palace are not as far apart as they seem, and the monk and the king are not as different as the stories pretend. Rest now, if rest is available. Let the muscles of your face release the forehead, the jaw, the space around the eyes where the effort of being a person accumulates throughout the day. These muscles have been working since you woke this morning, and they are tired, and they have earned the right to stop holding the shape that the world expects of you. In the dark, no one needs your face to be anything. In the dark, you are free to be formless, the way water is formless, the way sleep is formless, the way the space between thoughts is formless and endless and perfectly, quietly sufficient. And as this Vietnamese emperor fades from view, his instructions still open on the desk. The mountain still visible through the palace window. The distance between the two no longer a source of torment, but a space where practice lives and breathes and does its patient. Invisible work, we travel now to a much older time, to China, in the 9th century, where a monk who had lived for over 100 years sat in a small temple and offered every visitor who came to him, regardless of who they were or what they had done or how many times they had come before, exactly the same response. The response was so simple that most people missed its meaning entirely. He looked at them, and he said, "Go have some tea. Let the breath carry you there. Let the body settle deeper. The night is long, and the stories are patient. And wherever you are right now, awake, drifting, halfway gone, is exactly where you are meant to be." China, in the 9th century, was a country that had recently tried to destroy Buddhism and failed. The Emperor Wuzong, during the years known as the Huicheng Suppression, had ordered the demolition of thousands of monasteries, the melting down of bronze Buddha statues to mint coins, the forced return of monks and nuns to lay life, and the confiscation of monastic lands that had been accumulating for centuries. The suppression lasted only a few years. Wuzong died. His successor reversed the policy, and Buddhism gradually reassembled itself from the rubble, but the damage was deep, and the memory of it persisted in the tradition, like a scar that aches when the weather changes. Monasteries that had once housed hundreds of monks now stood half empty, their halls too large for the communities that remained, their gardens overgrown, their libraries depleted by confiscation and fire. The great institutional Buddhism of the Tang dynasty, the elaborate rituals, the massive translation projects, the political influence that had made abbots into figures of national importance had been broken, and what grew back in its place was something leaner, more resilient, and in many ways more honest. It was in this landscape of recovery and reinvention that an old monk named Zhaozhou Kongshen settled into a small, dilapidated temple in the town of Zhaozhou, in what is now Hebei province in northern China. He was already old when he arrived. How old depends on which source you trust. The tradition claims he lived to be 120, which is almost certainly an exaggeration. But even the most conservative estimates place him well past 80 when he took up residence in the ruined temple that would become, through no effort of his own to make it famous, one of the most important sites in the history of Chan Buddhism. He had spent the previous decades wandering not aimlessly, but with the particular purposefulness of a man who had already found what he was looking for and was now simply walking through the world to see how what he had found expressed itself in different places, different faces, different questions asked by different people standing at different stages of confusion and clarity. His early life had prepared him for this wandering in ways that only became visible in retrospect. He had ordained as a young man, some accounts say, as a teenager, driven not by grief or disillusionment, but by a quality of attention that his family recognized as unusual, the way a family of farmers might recognize in one of their children a gift for music that none of them possessed. He had studied under Nanquan Puyuan, one of the great Chan masters of the previous generation. And his awakening under Nanquan had come not through years of gradual cultivation, but through a single exchange that cracked his ordinary mind, opened the way a walnut is cracked suddenly, irreversibly, revealing the soft interior that the shell had been both protecting and concealing. The exchange, preserved in the records of the Jingde-era transmission of the lamp, was characteristically brief. Zhaozhou asked Nanquan, "What is the way?" Nanquan said, "Ordinary mind is the way." Zhao Zhou asked, "Should I try to direct myself toward it?" Nanquan said, "If you try to direct yourself toward it, you turn away from it." Zhao Zhou asked, "If I do not try, how can I know it is the way?" Nanquan said, "The way is not a matter of knowing or not knowing. Knowing is delusion. Not knowing is blankness. When you have truly reached the way beyond doubt, you will find it as vast and boundless as outer space. How can it be talked about on the level of right and wrong?" At these words, Zhao Zhou experienced what the tradition calls a deep awakening, not a vision, not an ecstatic state, but the sudden recognition that what he had been searching for was not something to be acquired, but something to be noticed. The way you notice that the air you have been breathing has always been there, sustaining you without your attention or your gratitude or your permission. He was 18 years old. He spent the next 40 years with Nanquan, and then, after Nanquan's death, began his wandering. He walked across the length and breadth of China, visiting other masters not to learn from them. He had already found what he needed, but to test his understanding against theirs, to sharpen it the way a blade is sharpened against stone, not by adding metal, but by removing everything that is not the edge. Nanquan was himself a student of Mazu Daoyi, the towering figure whose teaching style, spontaneous, physical, sometimes shocking, had defined the golden age of Chan. The lineage that flowed through Zhao Zhu's veins, so to speak, was the most prestigious in Chinese Buddhism. A direct line from the Buddha through Bodhidharma, through Huineng, through Mazu, to Nanquan, and now to this old man sitting in a broken temple in a provincial town, drinking tea from a cup that was chipped at the rim. The temple itself was modest in the way that poverty is modest, not by aesthetic choice, but by economic reality. The roof leaked. The courtyard was cracked. The meditation hall could seat perhaps 20 monks, and in the early days of Zhao Zhou's residence, it rarely held more than 5 or 6. The statue of the Buddha in the main hall had lost part of one hand, whether to the Huichang suppression or to simple age. No one could say, and Zhao Zhou never bothered to have it repaired. When asked why, he reportedly said that the Buddha did not need a complete hand to teach, and that anyone who was distracted by a missing finger had not yet understood what they were looking at. He had almost no possessions. His robes were patched so many times that the original fabric was no longer identifiable, layer upon layer of repairs. Each patch a slightly different shade of brown or grey, so that the robe itself had become a kind of textile history, a record of decades of wear and mending that was, in its own way, more beautiful than any new robe could have been. He ate simply rice porridge in the morning, vegetables, and sometimes a small portion of pickled radish at midday. Nothing in the evening. He drank tea. He drank tea constantly, with a devotion to the act that suggested he had discovered something in the space between lifting the cup and setting it down that most people spend their entire lives overlooking. The tea he drank was not the refined tea of the Tang court, the compressed cakes of powdered tea that were whisked into jade-colored froth in celadon bowls and served with elaborate ceremony. It was rough tea, peasant tea, leaves dried in the sun and boiled in an iron pot over a small fire of dried grass and twigs. The taste was bitter and slightly smoky, with an aftertaste that lingered on the tongue like a question that does not require an answer. The cup was whatever was available clay, sometimes cracked, sometimes stained with the tannins of 1,000 previous cups. The act of drinking was unhurried. Zhao Zhou held the cup with both hands, The way a person holds something they value, not because it is expensive, but because it is here, right now, warm against the palms. And that is enough. Students began to come. Not many at first. The temple was remote. The master was old. And the more ambitious monks gravitated toward the larger monasteries in the south, where the institutional recovery from the Huichang suppression was creating new opportunities for advancement. But the students who came to Zhaozhou were, for the most part, the ones who had exhausted their interest in advancement and were looking for something that the larger monasteries could not provide. They were monks who had studied for years and still felt empty. Lay people who had performed every ritual their local temples prescribed and still could not sleep at night. Wanderers who had heard, through the informal network of rumor and recommendation that connected the Chan communities across China, that there was an old man in Zhaozhou who said very little, but whose silence had a quality that was worth traveling a long distance to sit inside. One day, the sources do not specify which day, because in Zhaozhou's temple, every day was essentially the same day. The way every cup of tea was essentially the same cup a monk arrived who had never visited before. Zhaozhou looked at him. "Have you been here before?" "No," the monk said. "This is my first time." Zhaozhou nodded. "Go have some tea," he said. The monk bowed and went to the kitchen, where the tea was always ready, the iron pot always warm on its bed of coals, the cups always waiting on their shelf. A short while later, another monk arrived. This one had been to the temple before, perhaps many times. Zhaozhou looked at him with the same unhurried gaze. "Have you been here before?" "Yes," the monk said. "I have been here many times." Zhaozhou nodded. "Go have some tea," he said. The temple's head monk, the one responsible for managing the daily operations, the supplies, the schedules, the mundane machinery that keeps a monastic community functioning, had been watching. He approached Zhaozhou with the particular confusion of a person who has just witnessed something that looks like it should mean something, but whose meaning refuses to come into focus. "Master," he said, the one who had never been here. "You told him to go have tea. The one who has been here many times. You also told him to go have tea." "Why?" Zhaozhou looked at the head monk. His eyes had the clarity of very old glass, not perfectly transparent, slightly weathered, but capable of letting in an enormous amount of light. He said, "Head monk." The head monk straightened. "Yes? Go have some tea. If you are drifting, let yourself drift." This story does not announce its meaning. It offers it the way tea is offered, simply, without explanation, without conditions. What happened in that exchange has been studied and debated for over 1,000 years, and the debates have produced libraries of commentary. But the exchange itself remains stubbornly simple, the way a stone remains a stone no matter how many words are written about it. 3 people came to Zhaozhou. Each came from a different place, carrying a different history, standing at a different point in their practice. One had never been there. One had been there many times. One had been there so long he had stopped noticing he was there. And Zhaozhou's response to all 3 was identical. "Go have some tea." Not, "First, confess what you have done wrong." Not, "Tell me your spiritual history so I can calibrate my response." Not, "The newcomer gets beginner's instruction and the veteran gets advanced teaching and the manager gets administrative guidance." Just tea. The same tea. The same cup. The same warmth against the palms. The same bitter, smoky taste. The same moment. offered without hierarchy, without prerequisite, without the slightest interest in where you have been or what you have done before you walked through the door. Feel the radical simplicity of that, if you can. Feel it not in the mind but in the body, in the shoulders, perhaps, which may have been carrying the weight of a hierarchy you did not even know you were maintaining. The hierarchy that says, before I can have peace, I must first address what I did. Before I can rest, I must first earn rest. Before I can sit down at the table, I must first prove that I deserve a seat. Zhao Zhou's tea dismantles that hierarchy with a gentleness that makes the dismantling almost invisible. He does not argue against it. He does not explain why it is wrong. He simply ignores it. He offers the tea before the question of worthiness can even be raised. The way a mother offers food to a child who comes in from the rain, not after asking where they have been, not after inspecting their hands, not after a conversation about whether they have earned the meal, but immediately, instinctively, because the child is cold and the food is warm, and the space between the two is not a moral distance to be negotiated, but a simple human gap to be closed. Perhaps there is a cup of tea you have been refusing. Not literal tea, though literal tea, held in both hands, drunk slowly in the quiet of a late night, is not a bad place to start. But the metaphorical cup, the rest you have not allowed yourself, the ease you have not permitted, the ordinary, unheroic, unearned moment of just being here, just being alive, just breathing, without the additional requirement of first settling all accounts, first resolving all guilt, first becoming the person you believe you need to become before you are allowed to simply sit down and drink. What if the tea is already poured? What if it has been sitting there, warm and waiting, for longer than you realize? What if every night you have lain in this bed, every breath you have taken, every moment of quiet that has appeared between the noise of your days has been the tea offered without conditions, without prerequisites, without the slightest concern for what you did yesterday or last year, or in that moment you keep replaying when the lights go out? Go have some tea. Let those 4 words move through you like warm liquid through a cold body, not fast, not all at once, but slowly, spreading from the center outward, reaching the fingers and the toes and the places behind the eyes where tiredness gathers. You do not need to understand the koan. You do not need to produce the correct Zen response. You do not need to achieve a breakthrough or a realization or any of the dramatic spiritual events that the literature promises and that almost never happen the way the literature describes. You only need to drink. You only need to let the warmth arrive. You only need to stop asking whether you have earned the right to be warm. Zhao Zhou lived in his broken temple for the last 40 years of his life. He never repaired the roof completely. He never sought a larger community. He never traveled to the capital to seek imperial patronage, as many masters of his stature did. He simply stayed. He drank his tea. He answered the questions that arrived at his door with a directness that some students found liberating and others found infuriating. Because directness has that effect on people who are accustomed to complexity, it feels too easy, too simple, like a door that opens with a push when you have been preparing to pick the lock. A monk once asked him, "What is the meaning of the patriarchs coming from the West?" This was the standard way of asking, what is the essence of Buddhism? What is the deepest truth? What is the thing behind all the teachings and all the texts and all the centuries of commentary? Zhao Zhou said, "The cypress tree in the garden." Another monk asked, "Does a dog have Buddha nature?" Zhao Zhou said, "No." This single syllable in Chinese, Wu, In Japanese, Mu became the most famous koan in the history of Chan and Zen Buddhism, studied by millions of practitioners across 1,000 years. Libraries of commentary have been written about it. Masters have devoted decades to teaching it. Students have sat with it until their knees ached and their backs screamed and their minds, unable to process it through the usual channels of logic and analysis, finally gave up trying and fell open into something that no commentary could describe because it existed prior to language, prior to thought, prior to the very distinction between question and answer that the koan had been designed to dissolve. But tonight, we are not working with Mu. Tonight, we are working with Ti, because Ti is what Zhaozhou offered to the people who came to him, carrying what you are carrying tonight. The monk who had never been there, who was new to the practice, uncertain, perhaps frightened by the strangeness of a tradition he did not yet understand, received Ti. The monk who had been there many times, who had studied, who had practiced, who had accumulated years of effort and discipline, and perhaps a quiet frustration that all that effort had not produced the transformation he had been promised, received Ti. The head monk who had been there so long that he had begun to confuse proximity with understanding, who watched others receive guidance and assumed his own position, exempted him from needing it, received Ti. The Ti did not discriminate. The Ti did not ask for credentials. The Ti did not care whether you had just arrived from a monastery where you had practiced flawlessly for 20 years or from a gambling house where you had lost everything you owned. The Ti was simply there, warm, bitter, real, asking nothing of you except that you hold the cup and drink. This is what forgiveness tastes like when it is stripped of all theology, all philosophy, all the elaborate frameworks that the mind constructs to manage the distance between who you are and who you think you should be. It tastes like tea. It tastes like the ordinary moment that was always available, but that you kept walking past because you believed you had not yet earned the right to stop. Think of how many times you have delayed your own peace. Not consciously, no one decides to suffer on purpose. But in the small, invisible ways that guilt rearranges a life. The compliment you deflected because you did not feel you deserved it. The invitation you declined because the person offering it did not know what you had done, and accepting their kindness felt like fraud. The moment of quiet that arrived unexpectedly, a sunset, a child's laughter, the particular blue of a winter sky, and that you turned away from. Not because it was not beautiful, but because beauty felt like something meant for people whose conscience was cleaner than yours. Zhaozhou's tea dissolves that entire architecture. Not by arguing against it, not by insisting that you are worthy, simply by being poured, simply by being warm, simply by existing in a world where the conditions for receiving it are not moral purity, but the willingness to hold a cup. And as you breathe, let the breath itself be the tea. Each inhaler arriving without conditions. Each exhale releasing without requirements. The breath does not ask whether you have earned the right to breathe. It simply comes, and comes, and comes, faithful and uncomplicated and entirely free. Let your hands rest wherever they are resting. Feel their weight. These hands have held many things, mistakes and kindnesses, burdens and gifts, other people's hands and your own face in the dark when no one was watching. They are tired. Let them be tired. Let them rest on the blanket or the sheet or the surface of your own body with the same unself-conscious ease with which a cup rests on a table. The cup does not wonder whether it deserves to rest. It simply rests, and the table holds it without asking what the cup has done. You do not need to stay awake for what comes next. If sleep is here, it is welcome. If the mind is still turning, let it turn. It will slow on its own, the way a wheel slows when no one is pushing it, the way a river slows when it enters a wide, flat valley and spreads out across the land and becomes still enough to reflect the sky. Go have some tea. Go have some rest. Go have some silence. Go have some forgiveness, not the kind you earn, but the kind that was always there, warm in the pot, waiting for you to stop being too busy or too ashamed or too convinced of your own unworthiness to sit down and drink. And as this old monk fades from view, his patched robe, his chipped cup, his eyes like old glass letting in the light, we carry the taste of that tea with us as we travel now to the forests of northeastern Thailand, where another teacher, in a much more recent century, sat under a tree and watched his students struggle with the same weight you are carrying tonight. He did not offer tea. He offered something even simpler. He said, "Know it, and let it go." Just that. Know it, and let it go. Let the breath be the bridge. Let the body soften. The next story is already here, patient as a cup on a table, waiting for you to arrive. The forests of northeastern Thailand, the region called Seon, are not the dense, dripping jungles that most Westerners imagine when they think of Southeast Asia. They are drier, more open, more patient in their rhythms. The trees are tall but widely spaced, their canopies creating a mosaic of shade and sunlight that shifts throughout the day as the sun moves across a sky that is, for much of the year, a pale, washed blue. The color of cotton that has been bleached by too many seasons of washing. The understory is sparse, low scrub, dried grasses that crackle underfoot during the hot season, and the occasional termite mound rising from the forest floor like a miniature cathedral, its surface smoothed and hardened by thousands of tiny architects who understood collaboration long before humans invented the word. In the rainy season, everything changes. The grass is green. The streams fill. The frogs appear in numbers so vast that their chorus at dusk becomes a wall of sound, an almost physical presence that presses against the eardrums the way water presses against a hull. It was in these forests, in a monastery called Wat Nong Pa Pong, near the town of Ubon Ratchathani in the far northeast corner of Thailand, that a monk named Ajahn Chah spent most of his teaching life. The monastery sat in a grove of trees that had been left standing when the surrounding forest was cleared for farming, an island of wildness in a sea of rice paddies, connected to the larger forest by a narrow corridor of trees that the monks maintained as a walking meditation path. The main hall was open-sided, its teak pillars smooth from decades of monsoon and sun, its floor swept clean by novices each morning before dawn. The monks' huts' kutis were scattered through the trees, each one a small wooden platform with a tin roof and no walls, raised on stilts to keep the scorpions and snakes at ground level rather than at sleeping level, though this precaution was only partially effective. And most monks at Wat Nong Pa Pong had stories about waking to find a cobra coiled on the lowest step of their kuti, basking in the first warmth of morning. Ajahn Chah had been born in a village not far from where the monastery now stood. His family was farming people, rice farmers, like almost everyone in Seon, their lives governed by the alternation of wet and dry seasons, their wealth measured not in currency, but in the quality of the harvest, the health of the water buffalo, and the number of sons who had been ordained as monks, which in Thai culture was considered the highest gift a family could offer to their community and their ancestors. He ordained as a young man, as was customary, but unlike most Thai men who ordain for a single rainy season before returning to lay life, Cha stayed. Something in the monastic life, the silence, the simplicity, the particular quality of attention that arises when a person stops filling their days with activity and begins simply watching what is already there, caught him in a way he could not quite explain and did not feel the need to. He wandered for years. He practiced in cremation grounds, sitting beside bodies that were being consumed by fire, using the sight and the smell and the heat of burning human flesh as a meditation on impermanence that no amount of reading could provide. He slept under trees, in cavers, on the bare ground of forest clearings where tigers still walked, and the sound of their passage, a heavy, deliberate padding, followed by a silence that was different from ordinary silence. A silence that had weight would sometimes reach him during the deepest hours of the night. He met Ajahn Mun Buddhidatta, the great master of the Thai forest tradition, and though their time together was brief, the encounter confirmed something in Cha that he had sensed but not yet trusted, that the Dharma was not in the books, not in the rituals, not in the elaborate philosophical systems that the scholarly tradition had constructed over 2,000 years. The Dharma was in the watching. The Dharma was in the seeing of what was actually happening, moment by moment, in the body and the mind, without adding commentary, without subtracting discomfort, without the slightest attempt to make reality be other than what it was. He returned to Isan. He founded Wat Nong Pa Pong, and he began to teach in a style that was so direct, so earthy, so entirely free of the elaborate language that Buddhist teaching often wraps itself in, that his students sometimes laughed out loud during his Dharma talks, not because he was trying to be funny, but because the recognition of truth, when it arrives suddenly and without preparation, often produces laughter before it produces anything else. He compared the mind to a monkey, to a drunk, to a person watching a movie who has forgotten they are sitting in a theater. He compared attachment to holding a snake by the tail. He compared meditation to watching a stream not jumping in, not trying to redirect the water, just sitting on the bank and noticing what floats by. Among the monks who practiced under Ajahn Chah during the 1970s, there was one whose story the tradition preserves without naming, which is itself a form of protection, because the story is personal in a way that names would make uncomfortable. He was a Thai man, not a Westerner, which matters only because the Western monks who came to Wat Nong Pa Pong in large numbers during that era tended to receive more attention in the published accounts. And this monk's story has been largely overlooked in the English language literature, surviving primarily in the oral tradition that passes between Thai forest monks in the quiet hours after the evening chanting. This monk had come to the monastery carrying something. Not a physical object, his possessions fit into a single cloth bag, as the Vinaya prescribes. What he carried was a memory. Before ordaining, he had been a teacher at a rural school in Isan. He was a good teacher, patient, dedicated, the kind of man who arrived before his students and left after them, who spent his own money on supplies when the school's budget ran out, who knew each child's name and their parents' names and the particular challenges that each family faced. He was trusted. He was respected. He was the person the village turned to when a letter needed to be written, or a form needed to be understood, or a dispute needed to be mediated by someone whose judgment was not clouded by kinship or financial interest. And then he had done something that ended all of that. The sources do not specify what. The oral tradition is deliberately vague on this point. Not out of carelessness, but out of the same instinct that leads a physician to describe a wound without photographing it. Some specifics serve no purpose except to satisfy curiosity. And curiosity about another person's worst moment is not a hunger that needs feeding. What the tradition does say is that the act was a betrayal of trust, that it involved someone who depended on him, that when it came to light as such, things always do. Eventually, because secrets in a Thai village have the lifespan of ice in the Isan sun, the consequences were severe. He lost his position. He lost the respect that had taken years to build and that dissolved in days. The way a termite mound dissolves in the monsoon, its careful structure no match for the force that is dismantling it. He lost, most painfully, the version of himself that he had believed in, the good teacher, the trusted elder, the man whose integrity was the foundation on which his entire sense of self had been constructed. He ordained not out of devotion but out of desperation. The monastery was the only place left that would take him without requiring him to explain what had happened, without requiring the public accounting that the village had already imposed and that he could not survive a second time. The robes were not a spiritual statement but a hiding place, a way of disappearing from a community that no longer wanted to see him and from a self that he no longer wanted to be. If your eyes are closed, keep them closed. If the body has found a position of rest, stay in it. This story does not need your alertness. It needs only whatever part of you is still listening. And that part does not require effort. He practiced, or rather, he attempted to practice. He sat on the meditation cushion in the dim light of his kuti, surrounded by the sounds of the forest, the insects, the frogs, the occasional rustle of a monitor lizard moving through the dry leaves, and he tried to follow the breath the way Ajahn Chah had instructed. But the breath kept being interrupted by the memory. The memory arrived not as a coherent narrative, but as fragments of face, a word. The particular quality of light in the room where it had happened, the sound of a door closing. Each fragment carried a charge that made the body react before the mind could intervene, a tightening of the stomach, a flush of heat across the face, a sensation in the chest that was somewhere between nausea and the feeling you get at the top of a very tall ladder when you look down and realize how far you could fall. He went to Ajahn Chah. Not during a formal Dharma talk, those were public, and this was not a public matter. He went during the informal hours when Ajahn Chah sat on the wooden platform beneath the large mango tree in the center of the monastery compound, receiving visitors and students one at a time, the way a village doctor receives patients without appointments, without paperwork, just one person sitting down, saying what needed to be said, and receiving whatever response the doctor's experience and intuition suggested. The monk sat down. He tried to explain. The words came out in pieces, disordered, wet with the kind of emotion that Thai men of his generation had been trained to suppress, and that the act of confessing was forcing through the suppression the way water forces through a crack in a dam, not smoothly, not gracefully, but with a raw, uncontrollable pressure that made his voice shake and his hands tremble against the fabric of his robes. Ajahn Chah listened. He did not interrupt. He did not lean forward with the sympathetic frown that people sometimes adopt when they are performing attention rather than giving it. He sat with the stillness of a man who has heard many confessions and who understands that the most important thing a listener can offer is not advice, not comfort, not even forgiveness, but the simple, radical willingness to remain present while another person falls apart. When the monk finished, Ajahn Chah was quiet for a moment. The mango tree above them released a leaf, which drifted down in the slow, spiraling descent that mango leaves make, turning end over end as if it had all the time in the world to reach the ground. The afternoon light was the color of honey, thick and warm and slightly golden, and the shadows of the branches moved across the platform like slow, silent animals. Then Ajahn Chah spoke. He said, "You know what you did?" The monk nodded. His jaw was tight. His eyes were on the ground. Ajahn Chah said, "Good. You know it. Now let it go." The monk looked up. His face carried the particular expression of a person who has just been told something so simple that it seems insulting, the expression that says, "Do you not understand how serious this is? Do you not see the weight of what I am carrying?" Ajahn Chah saw the expression. He had seen it many times. He said, "You are confusing two things. Knowing what you did, that is wisdom. Carrying it everywhere you go. Setting it down on the meditation cushion. Picking it up again when you stand. Taking it to the meal hall. Sleeping with it. Waking with it, that is not wisdom. That is attachment. You have become attached to your guilt the way other people become attached to their pleasure. The object is different. The mechanism is the same." The monk opened his mouth to respond, perhaps to argue, perhaps to explain that guilt is not the same as attachment, that what he felt was not a choice, but a consequence. Not something he was holding, but something that was holding him. But Ajahn Chah continued, and his voice had the quality that his students most remembered and most struggled to describe, a quality of absolute authority combined with absolute gentleness. The voice of someone who is not trying to win an argument, but who has simply seen something clearly and is reporting what they see. He said, "When you hold a hot coal, what do you do?" The monk said, "I put it down." Ajahn Chah said, "Do you put it down because you have decided the coal is not hot? Do you put it down because someone has convinced you that the burning is not real?" "No." The monk said. Ajahn Chah said, "You put it down because it is burning you. The coal is real. The heat is real. The damage to your hand is real. And you put it down not because it is not real, but because holding it serves no purpose except to deepen the wound. Your guilt is the same. What you did was real. The harm was real. The knowing of it is necessary. But the carrying of it, the endless carrying, the refusal to set it down, that is a second fire. And the second fire does not heal what the first fire burned. It only burns you further." The monk sat with this. The mango leaf had reached the ground. The shadows had shifted. Somewhere in the forest, a bird was calling a single, repeated note, clear and unhurried. The kind of sound that enters the body through the skin rather than through the ears. Know it, and let it go. Not forget it. Not pretend it did not happen. Not forgive yourself in the cheerful, uncomplicated way that popular culture sometimes suggests, as if forgiveness were a switch that could be flipped, a decision that could be made once and then maintained without effort. Know it. See it with complete honesty. Let the knowing be as clear and as unflinching as the light of midday on a cloudless day in Isan, where there is no shade and nowhere to hide, and every detail of the landscape is visible in its full, unprotected reality. And then, not instead of the knowing, but after it, through it, because of it, let it go. Not all at once. Not permanently. Not with the finality of a door slamming shut on the past. The letting go is not a single event but a practice, a repeated gesture, like setting down a cup and picking it up and setting it down again. Each time the hand a little more willing to open. Each time the fingers a little less convinced that holding is the same as healing. Perhaps right now, in the quiet of this bed, in the dark of this room, there is a coal you have been holding. You know what it is. You do not need me to name it. It has been burning you for a long time, weeks, months, years, maybe decades. And the burning has become so familiar that you have mistaken it for part of your hand. You have come to believe that this is simply what your hand feels like. That the pain is not something you are experiencing, but something you are, that you and the burning are the same thing. They are not the same thing. You are the hand. The coal is in the hand, and the hand can open. Not tonight, necessarily, not all at once. But the recognition that the hand can open, that the coal is not fused to the palm, that the guilt is not welded to the self, that you are larger than the worst thing you hold is itself a kind of opening, a crack in the grip, a loosening so slight that you might not even feel it happening. But it is happening. It is happening right now, in the dark, in the quiet, in the space between one breath and the next, where the mind is too tired to maintain its usual hold and the fingers relax without being told. Let them relax. Let the breath carry whatever wants to be released. You do not need to know what you are releasing. You do not need to name it or understand it or process it in any of the ways that the waking mind insists are necessary before anything real can change. The body knows how to release. The body has been releasing since before you were born, releasing the womb, releasing the first breath, releasing each exhale that has followed every inhale of your life. Releasing is not something you need to learn. It is something you need to stop preventing. Ajahn Chah's monk stayed at Wat Nong Pa Pong. He practiced for many years. Whether he ever fully set down the coal, whether there was a dramatic moment of liberation, a single sitting in which the grip finally opened and the burning ceased, the tradition does not say. And perhaps that silence is the most honest part of the story. Because, for most human beings, the setting down is not a single event. It is a practice, a daily, imperfect, often invisible practice of noticing the grip and choosing, one more time, to loosen it. Not because the coal has stopped being hot, not because the act has stopped being real, but because the hand that is burning deserves tenderness. And tenderness begins with the willingness to stop holding what is causing harm. Know it. Let it go. Know it. Let it go. Know it. Let it go. Feel those words move through you like a rhythm, like a heartbeat, like the pulse of the frogs in the Isan forest at dusk, not fast, not slow, just steady, just there, just the sound of something alive, doing what alive things do, which is to continue, moment after moment, breath after breath, without needing permission and without needing to justify itself. Your body is doing this right now. Your heart is beating. Your lungs are filling and emptying. Your cells are repairing what was damaged during the day. None of this requires your guilt. None of this requires your effort. None of this requires you to be anything other than what you are right now, a person lying in the dark, listening, breathing, and beginning, perhaps without even knowing it, to loosen the grip of a hand that has been holding a fire for far too long. And as this forest monastery fades the mango tree, the honey-colored light, the monk sitting on the platform with his hands finally still in his lap. We move now toward a different kind of knowing. A knowing that goes deeper than guilt, deeper than forgiveness, deeper than the distinction between what you did and who you are. To a Tibetan cave in the 14th century, where a man who had been exiled from everything he knew discovered that beneath the rubble of his ruined life, beneath the sorrow and the loss and the relentless wind, there was something that had never been damaged, something that could not be damaged, something that the mind, in all its frantic activity, had been standing on without ever looking down. Let the breath carry you. Let the body rest. The stories are growing quieter now, and so is the night. And so, perhaps, is the voice inside you that has been insisting, for longer than you can remember, that you do not deserve this peace. You do. You do. You do. Tibet, in the 14th century, was a country where the wind was the oldest citizen. It had been there before the monasteries, before the trade routes, before the first yak herders crossed the northern passes with their animals and their tents of woven black hair, and their particular understanding that survival at this altitude was not a right, but a negotiation conducted daily, without guarantee, between the human body and a landscape that tolerated human presence, the way a mountain tolerates snow, accepting it without warmth, holding it without attachment, releasing it when the season turned. The wind moved across the plateau with a constancy that made it invisible to those who had lived with it their whole lives and overwhelming to those who had not. It carried the smell of dry grass and distance, and the faint mineral sharpness of glacial ice from peaks so high that their summits existed in a different atmosphere entirely. A realm of such thin air and such intense light that the monks who climbed there for retreat said the sky looked almost black at midday. The stars visible even with the sun burning overhead. The wind pressed against the walls of stone houses and monastery halls with a sound that was not quite a howl and not quite a whisper, but something in between, the sound of something immensely large and immensely patient passing through without stopping, without arriving, without caring whether anyone noticed. In the region of central Tibet, not far from the holy city of Lhasa, but separated from it by ridges of barren rock and valleys where the only vegetation was the tough, low scrub that survives where nothing else will. A man named Longchen Rabyam sat in a cave. He had been sitting in this cave, or in caves like it, for a long time, months that had become seasons, seasons that were becoming years. The cave was not large. A man could lie down in it fully extended, but only in one direction. The ceiling was low enough that standing upright was not possible in most places, and the walls were rough, unworked stone, the kind of surface that scrapes the skin when the body shifts during sleep and that collects moisture during the cold months, forming thin sheets of ice that melt slowly during the day and refreeze at night, creating a cycle of wet and cold that would have driven most people to seek better shelter within a week. Longchenpa's only protection against the cold was a single sack made of coarse cloth, the kind used to carry grain or tsampa flour. He wore it over his body the way a person wears a blanket that is too small, constantly adjusting, constantly choosing which part of the body to cover and which part to expose. A mathematics of warmth that had no satisfying solution because the sack was simply not large enough to cover everything at once. At night, when the temperature dropped to levels that made breathing painful, each inhale carrying the cold deep into the lungs, each exhale producing a cloud of vapor that hung in the still air of the cave like a small, dissolving ghost He curled into the sack as tightly as his body would allow and waited for dawn. He ate what was available. In the early months, this meant whatever he could gather from the surrounding hillsides, roots, wild plants, the occasional handful of dried berries that the birds had missed. Later, when a few students found him and began making the difficult trek to his cave to receive teachings, they brought offerings of tsampa and butter tea, the staples of Tibetan life that could survive the journey without spoiling. But these visits were irregular, and there were periods, days, sometimes longer, when there was nothing to eat and the hunger settled into the body, not as a sharp pain, but as a dull, constant presence, a companion that did not leave when asked. This was not the life he had planned. Longchen Rabjam, whose name can be translated as vast expanse of infinite space, a name that carried the weight of the Dzogchen tradition's highest aspirations, had been one of the most brilliant scholars of his generation. He had studied at Sangpo Nyutok, the great monastic university near Lhasa, where the finest minds of Tibetan Buddhism gathered to debate, to teach, and to produce the commentaries and treatises that would shape the tradition for centuries to come. He had mastered the complete curriculum, the Madhyamaka philosophy of emptiness, the Yogacara psychology of mind, the intricate Abhidharma system that catalogued every possible mental state with the precision of a botanist cataloguing every possible plant. He could debate any scholar in Tibet and win. He could teach any subject in the Buddhist curriculum and illuminate it. He had the kind of mind that appears once in a generation, comprehensive, penetrating, and blessed with the rare ability to see connections between systems of thought that other scholars experienced as separate. He had also received the Dzogchen transmissions, the teachings of the Great Perfection, the Nyingma tradition's highest and most radical presentation of the nature of mind. Dzogchen does not teach that the mind must be purified. It does not teach that enlightenment is somewhere else, waiting at the end of a long path of effort and accumulation. It teaches that the mind, in its natural state, before the layers of conceptual thought, habitual reaction, and emotional patterning have been added, is already perfect, already awake, already free. Not perfect in the sense of being flawless, the way a new cup is flawless before it is used. Perfect in the sense of being complete, the way the sky is complete, not because it contains nothing, but because it contains everything without being diminished or altered by any of it. This teaching that there is nothing fundamentally wrong with the mind, that the search for enlightenment is itself the primary obstacle to recognizing the enlightenment that is already present, was the center of Longchenpa's intellectual and spiritual life. He understood it. He could explain it with a clarity that no one in Tibet could match. He could write about it in prose that was simultaneously precise and beautiful, the philosophical equivalent of a mountain stream that is both perfectly clear and moving with enough force to reshape the riverbed beneath it. But understanding and experiencing are not the same thing. And Longchenpa, for all his brilliance, knew that the gap between his understanding and his experience was real. He knew it, the way a musician knows the gap between reading a score and hearing the music. The notation is accurate. The knowledge is genuine, and yet the sound, the actual vibration of air against eardrum, the quality that makes the difference between information and art, is missing. And then the political situation intervened. The details of Longchenpa's exile are complex and entangled with the factional politics of 14th century Tibet in ways that the biographical tradition glosses over. Partly because the tradition is more interested in spiritual development than political history, and partly because the politics of that era were so convoluted that even specialists sometimes struggle to untangle them. What the sources agree on is that Longchenpa found himself on the wrong side of a power struggle. Whether this was because of something he said, something he wrote, an alliance he formed or refused to form, or simply the misfortune of being associated with a faction that lost, the result was exile. He was forced to leave the institutions that had nurtured his intellectual life, the libraries that had fed his scholarship, the community of scholars and practitioners who had been his companions and his sparring partners and his audience. He went to the caves, not as a spiritual exercise, not as a deliberate retreat designed to deepen his practice. He went because there was nowhere else to go. The caves were not a choice, but a last resort, the place that remained when every other place had been closed to him. And this distinction matters, because it changes the texture of everything that followed. A person who chooses a cave is engaged in an act of will, a deliberate movement toward simplicity and solitude. A person who is driven to a cave by circumstance is engaged in something rawer and less controlled, a confrontation with loss that they did not seek and cannot reframe as spiritual progress without lying to themselves. If sleep is close, let it come. You do not need to follow the details of Tibetan politics or Dzogchen philosophy to receive what this story is carrying. It is carrying something simpler than philosophy. It is carrying the question of what remains when everything you built has been taken away. Longchenpa sat in the cave. The wind blew. The cold pressed in. The hunger came and went and came again. And in the absence of everything that had previously defined him, the scholarship, the institutional recognition, the role of brilliant young master, the libraries, the debates, the students who had looked at him with the particular admiration that brilliance attracts something else, began to emerge. It emerged slowly, not as a dramatic awakening, not as a single moment of breakthrough, but as a gradual quieting, the way a lake quiets after a storm. The waves do not stop all at once. They diminish. They lose their force. The water that was agitated by the wind begins to settle. And as it settles, it becomes clear. And as it becomes clear, it begins to reflect whatever is above it: sky, clouds, the flight of birds with a fidelity that was impossible when the surface was disturbed. What Longchenpa found in the cave was not something new. This is the crucial point. And it is the point that separates Dzogchen from almost every other spiritual system. He did not achieve something he had not had before. He did not climb to a new level. He did not add a new capacity or develop a new insight. What he found was what had been there all along, underneath the scholarship, underneath the institutional identity, underneath the ambition and the rivalry and the political maneuvering and the exile that had stripped all of those things away. The mind that he discovered in the cold silence of that cave was the mind he had always had. The awareness that emerged as the conceptual activity quieted was the awareness that had been present during every debate, every lecture, every sleepless night of scholarly effort, not as something separate from those activities, but as the ground on which they had all been occurring, the sky through which all those clouds had been passing. He began to write. Not the scholarly commentaries of his university days. Those required libraries and reference texts and the institutional infrastructure that had been taken from him. He wrote from direct experience, in a voice that was different from his earlier work, the way sunlight is different from lamplight, less controlled, less contained, but touching everything it reached with a warmth and a clarity that the lamp, for all its usefulness, could never provide. He wrote with whatever materials were available: ink made from soot and water, paper brought by the occasional student who made the long journey to the cave sheets of rough, handmade paper that absorbed the ink unevenly, so that some characters were dark and sharp and others faded into the fiber like footprints in sand. He wrote by the light of a butter lamp when the days were short, the single flame throwing shadows against the cave walls that moved when the wind found its way through the entrance, creating a shifting play of dark and light that was, if you were in the right state of mind, its own kind of teaching form and emptiness, appearing and dissolving, the constant impermanent dance that Dzogchen points toward but does not create, because the dance was always already happening, whether anyone was watching or not. He wrote the 7 treasuries, 7 texts that together constitute one of the most comprehensive and luminous presentations of Dzogchen ever produced. He wrote the trilogy of natural freedom. He wrote the trilogy of rest. The titles themselves carry the teaching, natural freedom, rest, not freedom achieved through effort. Freedom that is natural, that belongs to the mind, the way wetness belongs to water, not as an addition, but as an inherent quality. And rest not, the rest that follows exhaustion, not the rest that must be earned, but the rest that is available when the mind stops its frantic activity of trying to become something other than what it already is. There is a passage in the treasury of the natural state that reaches across 7 centuries and touches the exact place where self-forgiveness lives. Though Longchenpa never uses the word forgiveness, he writes about the nature of mind being like the sky. Clouds pass through the sky, dark clouds, light clouds, storm clouds that bring thunder and rain, wispy clouds that dissolve before they reach the horizon. The clouds are real. They produce real effects. Rain falls, shadows move, the temperature changes, but the sky is never altered by any cloud that passes through it. The sky does not become dark when a dark cloud appears. The sky does not become wet when rain falls through it. The sky remains what it has always been, vast, open, accommodating everything without being stained by anything. And then he says the thing that matters most. Your mind is this sky, not metaphorically, not poetically. Actually, the thoughts that move through your mind, including the thought of guilt, including the memory of what you did, including the narrative of who you failed to be, are clouds. They are real. They produce real effects, but they are not the sky. They are not you. The you that is aware of the guilt is not the guilt. The you that watches the memory replay is not the memory. The you that hurts when the shame arrives is larger than the shame. The way the sky is larger than any storm that moves through it. Let that settle. Not as a concept, not as something to understand or believe or apply. Let it settle the way dusk settles gradually, without announcement, changing the quality of light so slowly that you do not notice the transition until you realize that the room has become dark and you did not see it happen. What if the thing you have been trying to forgive is not as large as you think? Not because it was not serious, it may have been very serious. Not because the consequences were not real, they were real and may still be real. But because the self that committed it, the self that you have been judging and punishing and refusing to forgive, is smaller than the awareness that is doing the judging. The cloud is real. The storm was real. But the sky was never damaged. The sky was never stained. The sky did not need to be repaired or purified or forgiven, because the sky was never the thing that was broken. This is not a trick. This is not a way of avoiding responsibility. Longchenpa was not a man who avoided anything. He had lost everything. Sat in a freezing cave with a grain sack for a blanket, and written some of the most searingly honest philosophy in the history of human thought. He was not offering a bypass around the difficulty of guilt. He was offering something more radical, the recognition that beneath the guilt, beneath the identity that carries the guilt, beneath the entire architecture of self and action and consequence that the mind constructs to make sense of its experience, there is something that has never been guilty, something that has never been broken, something that watches the drama of guilt and forgiveness the way the sky watches the drama of weather, with a vastness and a patience and an openness that does not need the drama to end in order to be at peace. Perhaps you cannot feel this tonight. Perhaps the cloud is too thick, too dark, too close to the ground for the sky to be visible. That is all right. The sky does not depend on your ability to see it. It does not appear when you notice it and disappear when you forget. It is there when you look, and there when you do not look, and there when the storm is so fierce that looking seems impossible. It has been there since before you were born, and will be there after. Whatever you are carrying tonight has dissolved into the vast, patient, endlessly accommodating space of time. Longchenpa lived in the caves and in simple hermitages for the rest of his life. He never returned to institutional power. He never rebuilt the career that had been taken from him. But what he produced in those years of exile, the texts, the teachings, the transmissions that passed through his students and their students and their students' students down to the present day, constitutes one of the most important bodies of spiritual literature in any tradition, in any language, in any century. The exile that looked like destruction was the ground from which something indestructible grew. The loss that looked like punishment was the clearing in which something that cannot be lost was finally, directly, unmistakably recognized. And perhaps this is the deepest teaching about self-forgiveness that any tradition offers. Not that you must forgive yourself. Not that you can forgive yourself. But that the self you are trying to forgive is not the deepest truth of what you are. That beneath the one who failed, beneath the one who regrets, beneath the one who lies awake at night, replaying the moment and wishing for a different outcome, there is a space that has never failed and never regretted and never needed to replay anything, because it is the space within which all of those experiences arise and dissolve and arise again, without the space itself being touched. Let your body receive that without effort. Let the muscles release whatever they are still holding. The jaw, the shoulders, the space between the ribs, where the breath sometimes gets stuck. These places in the body where tension accumulates are not enemies to be conquered. They are invitations, places where the body is asking you, in the only language it knows, to soften, to open, to let the sky appear. You do not need to become the sky tonight. You only need to notice that the sky has been there all along, behind the clouds, behind the storm, behind the grain sack and the cold stone and the long, difficult exile from the version of yourself that you thought you were supposed to be. Rest now. Rest not because you have earned it. Rest not because the guilt has been resolved. Rest because rest is the natural state of a mind that has stopped fighting with itself. Rest because the sky does not need permission to be vast. Rest because Longchenpa, sitting in his cave with nothing but a grain sack and the wind and the slow realization that nothing had ever been wrong with the mind that was doing the realizing, discovered that rest is not something you arrive at. It is something you fall back into when you stop holding yourself up, and as this cave dissolves, the rough stone softening, the wind quieting, the cold releasing its grip the way a hand releases a held breath, we move now to a different kind of dissolution. To Japan, in the 13th century, where a monk knelt in a cold meditation hall and spoke the words of an ancient repentance verse and discovered, in the speaking of them, that repentance is not what he had always believed it to be. It is not the punishment at the end of the failure. It is the encouragement at the beginning of what comes next. Let the breath carry you. The stories are growing softer now. The words are fewer. The spaces between them are wider. And in those spaces, something is resting that does not need words to exist. Japan in the early 13th century smelled of wood smoke and sea salt, and the particular sweetness of hinoki cypress that had been cut and planed and fitted together without nails, a construction technique so precise that the joints between the beams were invisible to the eye and watertight too. The rain and the buildings that resulted seemed less like structures that had been built and more like structures that had grown. The way trees grow. From some patient intelligence inside the wood itself. The monasteries that dotted the mountains of central Japan, modest buildings compared to the vast complexes of Song Dynasty China, but proportioned with a care that made modesty look like a choice rather than a limitation, carried this fragrance in their beams and their floors and their sliding doors, so that entering a meditation hall was also entering a particular smell. And the smell became inseparable from the practice. The way the smell of a kitchen becomes inseparable from the memory of the person who cooked there. Aiheiji, the monastery that Dogen founded in the mountains of Ekizen province in 1244, was remote in a way that was deliberate. He had chosen the location specifically because it was difficult to reach a long journey from Kyoto, the capital, through mountain passes that were snowbound for months each winter, along roads that were more suggestion than surface. The kind of roads that exist because people have walked them enough times to wear the vegetation down, but not enough times to warrant the attention of anyone responsible for maintaining infrastructure. The remoteness was the point. Dogen had spent years in the capital, navigating the politics of established Zen institutions, competing with masters whose understanding he respected, but whose compromises with political power he could not accept. And he had concluded that the only way to practice with the integrity he demanded was to remove himself from the field, where compromise was the price of proximity. The monastery sat in a valley where the snow fell early and stayed late. The trees cypress, kedar, pine stood close together, their branches interlocking overhead to form a canopy so dense that even at midday the light inside the forest had a dim, greenish quality, like light filtered through water. The streams that cut through the valley were cold year-round, fed by snowmelt from ridges that never fully cleared even in summer. And the water was so clean that the monks drank from it directly, cupping it in their hands and bringing it to their lips with the same deliberate attention they brought to every other act of the day: walking, sitting, eating, cleaning, sleeping, because Dogen's teaching insisted, with a consistency that some students found liberating and others found exhausting, that practice was not something you did during certain designated hours and then set aside. Practice was everything. Practice was the way you placed your sandals when you removed them at the door. Practice was the way you held the rice bowl. Practice was the way you breathed, the way you looked at another person, the way you folded your sleeping cloth in the morning with corners aligned and edges smooth. There was no part of life that was outside the practice, because there was no part of life that was outside reality. And reality, this was Dogen's great, relentless, beautiful insistence, was the only place where awakening could happen. Dogen himself was a man whose personal history had been shaped by loss in ways that the biographical tradition preserves with characteristic restraint. His mother died when he was 7 or 8, depending on the source. His father had died even earlier. The boy who would grow up to transform Japanese Buddhism was an orphan by the time he was old enough to understand what the word meant, and the particular quality of attention that defined his adult life, the intensity, the refusal to waste time, the sense that every moment carried an urgency that most people could not feel, may have had its roots in a childhood where the two people who were supposed to protect him from the world's indifference had been taken by the world's indifference before he was old enough to say goodbye. He ordained as a teenager. He studied Tendai Buddhism at Mount Hiei, the great monastic complex overlooking Kyoto, where hundreds of monks lived and studied and debated and occasionally fought each other with the particular ferocity of men who have chosen celibacy and silence and who must find some other outlet for the energies that celibacy and dharma, silence, leave unaddressed. He was brilliant, which meant that the questions he asked were the kind that could not be answered within the system that had produced them. The question that drove him out of Tendai and eventually out of Japan altogether was a question that sounds simple but contains, like a seed, the entire tree of his subsequent life. If all beings already possess Buddha nature, why do the ancestors teach that we must practice to attain it? If the thing we are looking for is already here, why are we looking? He traveled to China. He spent years in Song dynasty monasteries, studying under Chan masters whose teaching styles ranged from gentle to brutal, from the elaborate koan systems of the Linji school to the silent, sitting-focused practice of the Kaodong lineage that would become, through Dogen's transformation, the Soto Zen tradition of Japan. He nearly gave up. He spent months in a monastery where the abbot showed no interest in him, where the daily schedule ground forward with mechanical regularity and the monks around him seemed more concerned with rank and seniority than with the question that had driven Dogen across the sea. He considered returning to Japan without having found what he came for returning as a failure. A monk who had crossed an ocean and come back with nothing but the salt in his robes and the memory of a question that no one in China seemed interested in answering either. And then, in a monastery called Tiantong, under a master named Rujing, an austere, uncompromising teacher who slept sitting upright and who struck monks with his sandal when he found them dozing during the pre-dawn meditation, something shifted. The accounts of the shift are spare. Dogen was not a man who indulged in dramatic awakening narratives. What the tradition preserves is a phrase, body and mind dropped away. Whatever that phrase meant to Dogen in the moment of its arising, and scholars have debated its meaning for 8 centuries without reaching consensus, the effect was decisive. He returned to Japan a different person. Not different in the sense of being improved or elevated, but different in the sense of having stopped searching for something that he now recognized had never been missing. He founded I-Heiji. He taught. He wrote prolifically, densely, in a prose style that is simultaneously the most precise and the most difficult in all of Japanese literature. A style that seems to fold language back on itself the way a smith folds metal, creating layers of meaning so compressed that a single sentence can sustain decades of contemplation. He wrote the Shobogenzo, the treasury of the true Dharma I, a work of such scope and depth that it has been compared to the philosophical equivalent of a mountain range, something too large to see from any single vantage point, requiring a lifetime of approach from multiple directions. And within the Shobogenzo, in a section that would later be extracted and compiled into a shorter text called the Shushogi, the text that most ordinary Japanese Buddhists encounter before they ever read the full Shobogenzo, Dogen wrote about repentance. The Japanese word is sanj. It does not translate easily into English, because the English word repentance carries connotations, primarily Christian connotations, that the Buddhist concept does not share. Sanj is not confession to a higher authority. It is not the admission of sin in the hope of divine forgiveness. It is not the transaction that Western culture often imagines when it hears the word repent, the exchange of guilt for grace. Mediated by an institution that has the power to absolve. Sangye, in Dogen's usage, is something closer to clear seeing. It is the act of looking at one's own conduct with complete honesty, not in order to be punished, not in order to be forgiven, but in order to see what was done, to see the conditions that produced it, to see the gap between one's aspiration and one's actual behavior, and to let that seeing, painful as it is, humbling as it is, become the ground from which continued practice grows. The verse that Dogen placed at the heart of the Shushogi is ancient, older than Dogen by many centuries. Borrowed from a Chinese liturgical tradition that itself borrowed from an Indian original. The words are, "All the harmful actions I have committed in the past, born from beginningless greed, hatred, and delusion, manifested through body, speech, and mind, I now fully acknowledge and repent of them all." Let those words settle into you. If they reach you, not as a formula, not as a prayer to be recited with the mechanical devotion of obligation, but as a recognition, a naming, a moment of standing inside the full reality of one's own imperfection and saying, yes, this happened. I did this. It came from greed, or from hatred, or from delusion, or more likely, from some combination of all three so intertwined that separating them would be like trying to separate the colors in a sunset. It came through my body, through my speech, through my mind. And I see it. I see it clearly. I do not turn away. If your body wants to shift, let it shift. If the breath wants to deepen, let it deepen. You are safe here. The words are not a judgment. They are a doorway. What makes Dogen's treatment of Sanj different from the guilt that keeps people awake at night is what comes after the seeing. In the guilt that most people carry, the guilt that you may be carrying right now, in this bed, in this darkness, the seeing is followed by punishment. The mind sees what was done and then adds a verdict. Therefore I am bad. Therefore I am broken. Therefore I do not deserve rest, or peace, or the ordinary kindness that other people seem to receive without effort. The seeing becomes the first step in a prosecution, and the prosecution has no end date, because the court that conducts it, the internal court of self-judgment, never adjourns and never acquits. Dogen's Sanj does not work this way. In Dogen's understanding, the seeing is not the first step of punishment. It is the first step of practice. To see clearly what one has done without minimizing it, without exaggerating it, without turning it into a story about one's fundamental unworthiness, is itself an act of awakening. The clarity required to look honestly at one's own failure is not a lesser form of awareness. It is the same awareness that the meditation cushion is designed to cultivate. It is the same awareness that body and mind dropped away points toward. It is awareness itself, turned not toward the breath, or the koan, or the philosophical question, but toward the most intimate and most difficult object of all, one's own conduct. A modern teacher in Dogen's lineage, Shohaku Okumura Roshi, a priest and scholar who has spent decades translating and commenting on the Shobogenzo, has said something about Sanjay that carries Dogen's understanding into language that contemporary ears can hear. He said, "Repentance for me is not a feeling of guilt. Repentance is encouragement. When I see how incomplete my practice is, that seeing encourages me to keep going. It shows me that I am not finished. It shows me that there is more to do. And the fact that there is more to do is not a failure. It is the nature of practice itself. Let that reframe settle into you the way warmth settles into cold stone slowly, from the surface inward, changing the temperature without changing the substance. Encouragement, not punishment. Not the whip that drives the horse, but the open road that invites it forward. The seeing of your incompleteness is not a verdict. It is a direction. It is the practice showing you where it wants to go next. It is the gap between who you are and who you aspire to be, revealing itself not as a wound, but as a space that is not empty but alive, not finished but unfolding, not a failure but a field. Perhaps tonight the thing you have been calling guilt is actually this: the awareness that your practice is not complete. The awareness that there is a gap between the person you acted as in that moment and the person you are capable of being. The awareness that you fell short not of perfection, because perfection is not the standard, but of your own best knowing, your own deepest intention. The version of yourself that you catch glimpses of in the moments when the noise quiets and the posturing drops and the heart is simply open. What if that awareness is not your enemy? What if it is the most trustworthy thing about you, the part of you that refuses to pretend that everything is fine when it is not? The part that insists on seeing clearly even when seeing clearly hurts? What if the ache of regret is not a sign that you are broken, but a sign that you are awake to the distance between what happened and what could have happened, awake to the reality of consequences, awake to the fact that your actions matter and that the mattering is itself a form of dignity, a refusal to be indifferent to your own moral life? Dogen sat in his cold meditation hall at Aiheiji, surrounded by monks who had given up everything to be there: comfort, family, the ordinary pleasures of lay life, and he chanted the repentance verse with them. All the harmful actions I have committed in the past, not some of them, all of them, born from beginningless greed, hatred, and delusion, not from malice, not from evil, not from a fundamental flaw in the nature of the self, from greed, hatred, and delusion, conditions that are present in every human mind, universal, shared, as common as breathing and as impersonal as weather. And this is perhaps the most liberating thing about Dogen Sange. The causes of your failure are not unique to you. The greed that drove the act is not your private greed, sealed in a container labeled with your name. It is the same greed that has driven human beings to cause harm since the first human being discovered that wanting something and not having it produces a pain that the mind will do almost anything to relieve. The hatred that sharpened the word or the action is not your exclusive hatred. It is the same reactive contraction that every nervous system produces when it feels threatened or cornered or afraid. And the delusion, the not seeing, the blindness that allowed you to do the thing without fully recognizing what you were doing, is not evidence of a defect in your particular model of mind. It is the universal fog that the entire Buddhist path exists to address. You are not special in your failure. You are not uniquely flawed. You are not carrying a burden that no one else could understand. You are carrying the human burden, the burden of being a conscious creature capable of causing harm, aware of having caused harm, and uncertain about what to do with that awareness. And the answer that Dogen offers, the answer that has been offered in cold meditation halls and warm temple kitchens and forest caves and mountain hermitages for 25 centuries, is not to fix, not to atone, not to earn forgiveness through sufficient suffering, The answer is to see clearly, and to let the seeing encourage continued practice, and to trust that the practice itself, imperfect, incomplete, never arriving at the finish line because there is no finish line, is enough. Let your jaw release. Let the space behind your eyes soften. These are places in the body where the effort of self-judgment concentrates, and they are tired, and they have been working too hard for too long, and they are ready even if you are not yet ready to rest. The incense in the hall at Aheji burned down to ash. The monks' voices faded. The chanting dissolved into silence, and the silence dissolved into the sound of snow falling on the cypress trees outside the window, a sound so soft that it is almost not a sound at all. More a quality of attention that the silence acquires when something very gentle is happening just beyond the range of hearing. All the harmful actions, all of them, seen, acknowledged, named, and then not erased, not undone, not magically dissolved by the act of naming, but placed gently into the larger context of a practice that does not demand perfection and does not end. A practice that meets you where you are. A practice that says, you fell. Now, stand up. Not because falling was wrong, but because standing is what comes next. Not because you owe someone a demonstration of improvement, but because your legs still work and the road is still there, and the morning, despite everything, is still arriving. The snow continued to fall. The cypress trees held it without complaint, their branches bending slightly under the weight. And then, when the weight became more than the branch could hold, releasing it, a soft cascade of white powder falling to the ground, and the branch springing back to its original position, unburdened, ready to receive the next accumulation. Not resisting the snow, not resenting the snow, just holding it as long as holding was possible, and then letting it go, and then holding again. The endless, patient, unself-conscious practice of a tree being a tree. Let yourself be held the way the branch holds the snow. Let the night hold you. Let the bed hold you. Let the breath hold you. And when the weight becomes more than you can carry, not if, but when, because the weight always comes, and the branch always bends, let the releasing happen. Let the snow fall. Let the branch spring back. Let the practice continue. Not because you are good at it, not because you have mastered it, not because you have earned the right to call yourself a practitioner, but because continuing is what living things do, and you are a living thing, and the morning is still arriving, and the snow is still falling, and the cypress tree outside the window does not know the meaning of the word failure. And as this meditation hall dissolves the incense, the chanting, the snow, the impossible patience of a tree that has never once wondered whether it deserves to stand, we move now toward the final story of this night, to a cave in Tibet, where we return to someone we have already met, though he is changed now, and the story is changed, and the telling of it will be different because we are different, you and I, than we were when the night began. The philosopher who murdered with sorcery and spent the rest of his life repenting. The man whose skin turned green from eating nothing but nettles. The singer of songs that no one asked for and that everyone who heard them could not forget. Milarepa, in his last years, in his last cave, where the songs grew quieter and the spaces between them grew longer and the boundary between the man and the mountain began, at last, to dissolve. Let your breathing slow. Let the words grow fewer. The night is almost finished with its work, and so are the stories. And what remains is not a conclusion, but a drifting, the kind of drifting that happens when a river reaches the sea and discovers that it was never separate from the water it was flowing toward. There is a cave in the mountains of southwestern Tibet where the rock is the color of a bruise that has almost healed, not gray, not brown, but something between the two, a muted purple that appears only in certain kinds of stone and only at certain altitudes where the minerals in the earth have been pressed together by the weight of mountains for so long that they have forgotten they were ever separate. The cave faces east. In the morning, the first light enters like a visitor who has been coming for centuries and no longer needs to knock, sliding across the stone floor in a slow arc, touching one wall and then the other, warming the rock by degrees so small that a person sitting inside would not feel the temperature change but would notice, after an hour, that the cold had shifted from sharp to dull. The way a sound shifts from the foreground to the background when you stop paying attention to it. Outside the cave, the mountains continue in every direction. They do not end. They fold into one another like cloth that has been gathered by an enormous hand. Ridge behind ridge, each one slightly lighter in color than the one before it, until the furthest ridges are indistinguishable from the sky, and the boundary between stone and air becomes a question that the eye cannot answer. Snow covers the highest peaks year-round. Lower down, where the slopes are gentle enough to hold soil, the grass grows in thin, wiry tufts that bend in the wind without breaking, the kind of grass that animals eat only when nothing else is available, because it is more fiber than nourishment, more endurance than flavor. In this cave, in the final years of his life, a man sat whose skin had turned green. The green was not metaphorical. It was not a poetic description of pallor or illness, or the particular shade that exhaustion gives to a face that has not seen adequate food in a long time. The green was literal, a pigmentation that came from years of eating nothing but nettles, the stinging plant that grows wild in the Tibetan highlands, that most people avoid because its leaves are covered with fine hairs that inject a burning chemical into the skin on contact, and that Milarepa ate because it was what was available, because he had no money and no patron and no monastery and no one to bring him food, and because the nettles grew in abundance around his cave the way weeds grow around an abandoned house, as if the earth itself was offering what it could. He boiled the nettles in water. He drank the broth. He ate the softened leaves. Day after day, season after season, year after year, the nettle broth was thin and bitter, with a vegetal taste that was not quite like any other plant, earthy, slightly metallic, carrying the flavor of the rocky soil in which the nettles grew. His body adapted. His need for food diminished. His flesh thinned until the bones of his ribs were visible through his skin. And his skin itself took on the green cast of the nettles, as if the boundary between the man and his food had become so permeable that the chlorophyll was migrating directly into his tissue. He was, by any medical standard, starving. He was also, by his own account and the account of everyone who encountered him during these years, more alive than he had ever been. He had not always lived this way. There had been a time long ago now, separated from this cave by decades of practice and wandering, and the slow, painful work of transforming a life that had begun in destruction into something that could hold the light without breaking, when Milarepa had been a different person entirely. A boy from a landowning family, a son whose father died young, a child whose inheritance was stolen by his uncle and aunt, who reduced his mother and sister to servants in their own home, who forced them to eat with the animals and wear rags while they lived in comfort on the wealth that rightfully belonged to the boy's dead father. His mother, consumed by a bitterness that years of humiliation had sharpened into something harder than stone, sent the boy to learn sorcery. She wanted revenge. She wanted the uncle and aunt and everyone who had stood by while her family was destroyed to feel what she had felt, the helplessness, the rage, the particular agony of watching your child go hungry while the people who caused the hunger eat and drink and laugh. The boy learned. He learned well. He sent a hailstorm that destroyed the uncle's crops. He sent a spell that collapsed the uncle's house during a wedding feast, killing 35 people. 35 people. That number lived inside Milarepa for the rest of his life. It lived inside him the way a stone lives inside a river, not dissolving, not shrinking, not becoming anything other than what it was. 35 lives ended because a boy's mother was angry and the boy was obedient, and the sorcery worked exactly as it was supposed to work. The number did not decrease with time. The faces he imagined, though he had not seen them die, though he was miles away when the roof came down, did not fade. They were always there, in the particular darkness that waits behind the eyelids, in the silence that opens when the last sound of the day has passed, in the space between one breath and the next, where the mind, left to its own devices, returns to the thing it cannot forgive. He sought out a teacher. He found Marpa, the translator, a man whose reputation for both wisdom and severity was known across Tibet. A farmer scholar who had traveled to India multiple times to receive teachings and who buried his realization beneath a gruff, demanding exterior that most students found intimidating and some found unbearable. Marpa looked at Milarepa and saw what was there, the talent, the desperation, the genuine horror at what he had done, and the willingness, rare in any person and almost non-existent in a person who has tasted the power that sorcery provides, to endure anything if it meant finding a way to live with himself. Marpa did not make it easy. He assigned Milarepa to build a stone tower on a mountainside. When the tower was complete, he told Milarepa to tear it down and rebuild it in a different location. When that tower was complete, he told him to tear it down again. Tower after tower, stone after stone. The skin on Milarepa's hands cracking and bleeding and healing and cracking again. The muscles of his back developing the particular hardness that comes from carrying loads that the body was not designed to carry but carries anyway, because the mind has decided that stopping is not an option. Some accounts say there were 4 towers. Some say more. The number does not matter. What matters is the process, the stripping away, layer by layer, of everything that Milarepa had built his identity around, until what remained was not a sorcerer, not a murderer, not a student, not a penitent, but simply a man standing on a mountainside with raw hands and an open heart and nowhere left to hide. Marpa gave him the teachings. Milarepa went to the mountains, and the years began. But tonight, we are not telling that story. That story has been told many times, and the telling of it activates the mind, the narrative mind, the mind that wants to follow a character through a sequence of events and arrive at a conclusion. Tonight, the mind has been following characters and events for a long time, and it is tired. And what it needs now is not another journey, but the permission to stop journeying. So instead of telling the story of Milarepa's transformation, let us simply sit with him in the cave. Let us be in the cave, the way the light is in the cave, entering without purpose, touching the walls without intent, warming the stone without needing the stone to know that it is being warmed. The cave is quiet. Not the absence of sound. There is no such thing as the absence of sound in the mountains. The wind is always present, and the wind carries sounds from distances that would surprise a person accustomed to the contained soundscape of an indoor life. A bird calling from a ridge 3 valleys away. The faint, almost imagined sound of water moving beneath ice in a stream that is still partially frozen even in summer. The creak of a juniper branch adjusting to a shift in the wind's direction. These sounds do not interrupt the quiet. They are the quiet. They are the texture of silence, when silence is allowed to have texture, when no one is trying to make it into something other than what it is. Milare basit. His body is thin. His skin is green. His hair, which he does not cut, has grown long and matted, the way hair grows when it is no longer managed, when the person to whom it belongs has stopped treating their body as a project and begun treating it as a guest, feeding it when food appears, sheltering it when shelter is available, and otherwise allowing it to do what bodies do, which is to change, to age, to move slowly and inevitably toward the dissolution that every body was always moving toward from the moment it first drew breath. His eyes are open, but they are not looking at anything in particular. They are resting on the far wall of the cave the way a bird rests on a branch lightly, without commitment, ready to shift at any moment, but not shifting because there is no reason to shift. Because this branch, this wall, this moment is sufficient. He breathes. The breath enters through the nostrils, carrying the cold, clean scent of mountain air, a scent that is less a smell and more a quality of emptiness. The olfactory equivalent of looking at a clear sky and feeling the mind open in response to the vastness. The breath fills the lungs. The lungs expand. The ribs move outward by fractions of an inch, and the movement is so slight and so slow that it is more felt than seen. The way the movement of a clock's hour hand is more deduced than observed. The breath pauses not held, just paused, resting at the top of the inhale, the way a wave pauses at its crest before the return, and then the exhale begins, and the air leaves the body warmer than it entered, carrying with it whatever the body has finished with, whatever the cells have processed and released, whatever the blood has carried from the far corners of the organism and delivered to the lungs for disposal. Outside the cave, the afternoon is doing what afternoons do in the high mountains. The light is shifting from the hard, bright clarity of midday to something softer, more amber. The kind of light that painters spend their careers trying to capture and that the mountains produce without effort or intention. The shadows of the ridges are lengthening across the valleys below. A hawk circles at an altitude where the air is so thin that each wing beat must be perfectly efficient or the bird will lose height. And the hawk's circles are so wide and so slow that from the cave it appears motionless. A dark mark drawn on the sky by a hand that had all the time in the world and used most of it. The temperature is dropping. In the mountains, the transition from afternoon warmth to evening cold is not gradual the way it is in the lowlands, where buildings and pavements store heat and release it slowly into the night. Here, the cold arrives with the directness of water filling a bowl. The sun drops behind a ridge, and within minutes, the air changes, and the stone of the cave, which had been gathering warmth all day with the patient accumulation of something that understands that warmth is temporary and must be stored when it is available, begins releasing that warmth back into the air, so that for a brief period the cave is actually warmer than the world outside a pocket of held heat. A small gift from the stone to the man who has been sitting on it for years, asking nothing of it except that it remains solid beneath him. Milarepa does not adjust to the cold. He does not reach for the grain sack or shift his position or contract his muscles against the dropping temperature. He has lived with cold for so long that it has become another texture of experience. No different from warmth. No different from hunger. No different from the sound of the wind or the color of the light or the taste of nettle broth on the tongue. All of these are sensations. All of them arise. All of them pass. The awareness that registers them does not prefer one to another. It does not choose warmth over cold, or fullness over hunger, or music over silence. It simply receives. It simply holds. It simply is. This is all that is happening. Breath entering. Breath leaving. The light moving across the floor. The hawk circling. The cold arriving. The wind outside continuing its ancient conversation with the rock. If you are asleep, you are asleep. And that is exactly right. If you are still awake, you are still awake. And that is also exactly right. There is nothing left to learn tonight. The stories have offered what they came to offer. The traditions have spoken Theravada and Madhyamaka and Kagyu and Seon and Thien and Chan and Soto Zen and Thai forest and Nyingma. The masters have appeared and said their piece and returned to the silence from which they came. Badali confessed. Arya Deva forgave. Gampopa drank the cup. Gyong Heo stood in the rain. Tran Tai Tong found another way. Zhao Zhou poured the tea. The monk in Thailand set down the coal. Long Chenpa saw the sky. Dogen bowed and continued. And Milarepa is sitting in his cave, breathing, and the green of his skin is indistinguishable from the green of the moss on the cave walls, and the boundary between the man and the mountain is thinning, the way the boundary between a river and the sea thins at the estuary, the water becoming brackish, becoming neither fresh nor salt, becoming something that has no name, because naming requires distinction, and the distinction is dissolving. He sang songs. You may have heard that Milarepa was a singer, that he composed hundreds of songs of realization, songs that his students memorized and passed down, and that are still chanted in Kagyu monasteries today. The songs were not composed in the way that a poet composes, sitting at a desk with ink and paper and the conscious intention to craft. They arose the way breath arises, without decision, without effort, as a natural expression of what was already present. The way steam rises from hot water, not because the water has decided to produce steam, but because that is what water does when it has been heated sufficiently by life. But in the final years, the songs grew quieter. The spaces between them grew longer. A student would climb to the cave and sit with Milarepa for hours, and no song would come. And the student would realize, after a while, that the silence was the song, that the space between the notes was not empty but full. Not an absence of music, but the music in its most concentrated form. The way the space between heartbeats is not an absence of heartbeat, but the moment when the heart is gathering itself for the next contraction. The students who visited during these final years reported that being in Milarepa's presence was like being in the presence of the mountain itself, the same stillness, the same patience, the same massive, unhurried, completely unself-conscious existence. He did not teach during these visits, at least not in the way that teaching is usually understood. He did not explain. He did not instruct. He did not correct or encourage or assign practices. He simply sat, and the sitting was the teaching, and the teaching was the sitting, and the distinction between the two had dissolved the way the distinction between Milarepa and the mountain had dissolved, the way the distinction between the nettle broth and the green skin had dissolved, the way all distinctions eventually dissolve when they are held long enough in the vast, warm, infinitely patient awareness that does not need things to be separate in order to know them. The light in the cave is fading now. Not because the sun is setting, though the sun may be setting. It does not matter, but because the story is fading, the way stories fade when they have said what they came to say, the way a candle flame fades when the wax has been consumed, not extinguished by force, but completed by time. The flame not dying but simply finishing, the light not disappearing but returning to the larger light from which it was never really separate. Milarepa's breath slows. Your breath slows. The two breaths are not the same breath and are not different breaths. They are breathing, just breathing. The way water is water, whether it is in a cup or a river or a cloud. The same substance, the same nature, the same quiet, patient, endlessly accommodating willingness to take whatever shape the moment offers. You do not need to remember any of this. You do not need to remember Badali's name or Aryadeva's forest or the sound of rain on a Vietnamese mountain. You do not need to remember the tea or the coal or the sky behind the clouds or the cypress tree holding snow. The stories are not information to be stored. They are medicine to be absorbed. And the absorption happens best in sleep, in the dark, in the place beneath thinking where the body does its deepest work healing, integrating, releasing, rebuilding without the mind's interference and without the mind's permission. Let the cave dissolve. Let the mountain dissolve. Let the green-skinned singer dissolve into the silence that was always his truest song. Let the stories dissolve into the breath. Let the breath dissolve into the night. Let the night hold you the way the mountain holds the cave, without effort, without opinion, without the slightest interest in whether you are worthy of being held. You are held. You have always been held. The way the valley is held between the ridges, the way the stream is held by its banks, the way the light is held by the cave until the sun moves on and the cave releases it, not with reluctance, but with the same unself-conscious generosity with which it received it. Nothing was asked for. Nothing is owed. The holding and the releasing are the same gesture, seen from different angles. The way inhale and exhale are the same breath, seen from different moments. And the thing you could not forgive, the thing that has kept you awake, the thing that has followed you into bed and lain down beside you and whispered its accusations into the dark, that thing is dissolving too. Not because you have defeated it, not because you have earned its departure, but because everything dissolves, everything passes. Everything that arises in the mind also passes from the mind. The way clouds pass from the sky, the way songs pass from the singer, the way the green passes from the nettles when the season turns and the first snow covers the hillside and the cave mouth fills with a soft, white silence that asks nothing and forgives everything and holds the sleeping earth until spring. Sleep now. Sleep the way the mountain sleeps, still, vast, patient, and completely indifferent to the question of whether it deserves to rest. It does. You do. Rest now. Rest. Tonight you have traveled far without moving. From a monastery in ancient India, where a monk who hid for 3 months finally spoke the truth. Through a forest clearing, where a dying philosopher chose tenderness. To Tibetan mountains, where a physician's grief opened the only door that mattered. Through a rain-soaked Korean village, a Vietnamese palace, a broken Chinese temple where tea was poured without conditions. Through a Thai forest where a teacher said know it and let it go. A Japanese hall where repentance became encouragement. And a Tibetan cave where a green-skinned singer dissolved into the mountain's silence. Korean Seon, Vietnamese Thien, Tibetan Kagyu and Nyingma, Chinese Chan, Japanese Soto Zen, Thai forest, Indian Madhyamaka, and the ancient Pali canon, all of them, across centuries, pointing toward the same quiet center, that the thing you cannot forgive is smaller than the awareness that holds it, that the hand can open, that the tea is already poured, that the sky was never stained by any cloud that passed through it. You do not need to carry any of this into morning. The stories will do their work in sleep, settling into places the waking mind cannot reach. These stories are contemplative companions, not prescriptions. Trust them to work without your effort or your supervision. I found some of these stories in places I did not expect, old footnotes, oral traditions that barely survived into print. What kept drawing me back was that none of them pretended forgiveness is easy. They only showed that it is possible, and that the people who found it were no more extraordinary than you or I. You may notice, tomorrow or the day after, that something has softened. Not dramatically, just a small loosening. The way a fist that has been clenched for a long time begins to open finger by finger in its own time. If these stories helped you rest tonight, sharing them with someone who also needs a quiet night would mean a great deal. A like, a subscribe, a message to a friend, any small act can help these words find the person who needs them next. You are not your worst moment. You are the awareness that noticed and cared enough to ache. You are the hand that is learning to open. You are the breath that continues, faithful and unjudging, through every night you have ever lived. You are enough. You have always been enough. Rest now. Rest well. Good night.